everyone, and welcome to the Foul Play YouTube channel. After our big break, we're back with Reading with the Crew, the Aftermath Part 10.
Awesome. Thank you so much there, Jack61. And first of all, I'd like to welcome everyone to the brand new year, 2025. Let's hope that this year is productive for everyone and a little bit better than last year was. Last year was a very tough going year. But what I'd like to do first of all, guys, is introduce everyone that's on the panel. And first of all, I'd like to welcome Jack61. Welcome, sir. How are you coming along?
Not too bad. It's been had some challenging times over here the last few weeks. That I was sick for a while. I think everybody's been sick.
Yep.
We've had kind of an extended break, and then had some things going on in real life with another family member that's been pretty challenging. But that situation is improving, so it's been interesting. But you meet the talent challenges in your life the best you can. So one short announcement that I will make that I was telling Doc and Susan about. I did finish the breaking apart the DCI 2024 report that came out in October last year. It's all broke apart into individual files. They're all dated by a current date, and they've all been uploaded to the library. I'll put a link up
Awesome.
here in a few minutes into the live chat. I will tell everyone, I'm going to warn you, because of the nature of all these different files. Now, I did start going back through them, and I did find some mistakes. Nothing too, crazy. But I'm checking them to make sure the occurrence date's right, that the report is correct, the number, because that's what everybody looks at is the date and the number. And then making sure that I got every page that belongs with that report. So there's three things I'm trying to check. I will warn anyone that goes to look. There are a few files. There are a few of those reports that, well, pretty much a whole ton of them, of the reports are redacted, like names when they do interviews and so forth. Okay. Well, what I did, because we had the previous DCI reports, I went and looked, got the name, and that if it's named in the actual title of the PDF file, that's where I got it from. Even though that name is redacted in the report, at least you have a name. There are some we don't have the name. It was redacted in the original report that we got, when yours and Rookie got them years ago. So some of them we just flatly don't know who they are. I did the best I could with them. So anyway, I'm going to continue to. Zoe wanted to put them up, and I did too. But I told her, I'm like, there may be some that may need to be corrected. So I'm going to continue. I'm up to like 120. So it'll take me probably another week to continue to go through this, make the final check. If anyone out there finds a mistake or I flubbed it up, let me know. We'll fix it. Yeah. Anyway, that's it. Sorry for rambling on, but I wanted everybody to know that's interested in doing the research. The DCI 2024 reports are up, and they're listed by occurrence date, not the report number. And it's crazy. It's absolutely insane to me. Anyway, welcome everybody, and it's great to be back.
Awesome. And again, thank you so much, Jack61, you and Zoe, for putting up those reports in the proper chronology. And again, even though those reports are heavily redacted, there is additional information available, which is awesome. Thank you so much, Jack61. And next we have Susan. Susan, welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you, Doc. It's good to see you too. Nice to see everyone in chat. I just want to address Nan's life here for a second. Neverly's been a bit under the weather, as all of us have, but she is about an hour and a half south of where the fires are in California, so she's good on that level. So I'm sure she'll be grateful that you asked about her. But otherwise, welcome, and we're back.
Awesome. It's great to be back. And again, just to echo what Susan said. Look, what can one say about the horrible fires that are occurring in Los Angeles at the moment? They're truly horrendous. And the important thing is that people are okay. I know that some people have lost their lives, and it's a horrific thing to have your property and also your life threatened by fire. I live in Australia, and if people know, Australia is very, very prone to either massive floods or massive bushfires that can literally go from state to state. And I've seen many even come in my own state in South Australia. It's a real horrific thing. Our thoughts and prayers are to everyone who tragically either lost their life or lost their property. Properties can be rebuilt, but lives can't. And we hope that those fires go out soon. Susan.
Yeah, agreed. It's a huge disaster, and they're still going and causing havoc. So yeah, prayers out to everybody out there in California.
Yep, absolutely.
You know what makes that so bad is these crazy wind that they get. It just, and I've even read some stories, this is an arsonist's dream.
Yep.
So,
that happens all the time. It does.
Absolutely.
But we pray that those fires go out soon. Yep.
Absolutely.
All right, guys. Well, look, again, thank you. Sorry, Susan. All good?
I'm good, Doc.
Again, thank you so much for all your support throughout the year, and we welcome you to the new year. Jack 61, if we can have the opening slide, please. As you know, guys, we've been doing the Reading with the Crew series. We're now up to episode number 10. This is entitled The Aftermath. And what we're doing is we're never going to forget Brendan Dassey. And this is from Brendan Dassey's perspective. Today, we're going to ask a real tough question. And we need to do this. And the title of our podcast is Who Shot Her in the Head? I think most people are fully aware of what we'll be discussing today. It's all about item FL. Now, what is important here, guys, is I tried to be as sensitive as possible, considering that the subject matter that we're dealing with here. So please, we do not mean any disrespect, but we need to address this. This became a very central issue in two trials, both Stephen's and Brendan's. And so we're going to present forensic evidence, and we're going to discuss the pros and cons of that forensic evidence. Guys, if you like what we do, please consider subscribing to our channel. Our numbers have gone up, which has been fantastic. If you like our podcast, please give a thumbs up, and we really do appreciate that. Guys, if you have any questions, place a Q in front of your question, and we'll try and answer your question at the end of the podcast. I'm sure you're going to learn a lot of stuff in this podcast. So Jack 61, if we can have the very first slide, please. So what we need to do, guys, is to ask a very important question. And that question is, was Teresa Horbach shot and killed in Stephen Avery's garage on October the 31st? This very much involves Brendan Dassey and his interrogation on March the 1st by both Fassbender and Wiegert. So the question is, how did Brendan's interrogation lead back to the discovery of a bullet fragment known as item FL? You can see that in the middle picture. And as you know, guys, item FL, Cherie Culhane found it contained DNA belonging to Teresa Horbach, the lady who tragically lost her life. We need to deep dive into this, good, bad, or otherwise, by looking at the forensic evidence, by looking at the trial transcripts. Go through it bit by bit. And so, guys, your questions are going to be very important here. So, you know that the foul play team has spent years looking at the trial transcripts, the CASO reports, the DCI reports, phone calls. We can now distill it all down to one key critical event: the garage. What was found in the garage? How item FL got to be discovered. All right, guys, do we have any questions on the panel so far? We're all
Not
good?
here, Doc.
I
Yeah.
think we're all good, Doc.
Yep, awesome. So the way I want to approach this is to put you in the courtroom. It's very important to understand how Mr. Kratz and Tom Fallon and also Garn sold this notion and idea to two juries. Because as you know, guys, both Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey were found guilty. So the question is, how did Kratz, Fallon, and Garn do this? What was the importance of item FL? So we're going to look at this from the perspective of Brendan Dassey. Because remember, Stephen has always maintained his innocence. It's Brendan that gave that narrative to the state. So we need to look at two statements, one done by Mr. Kratz and one done by Tom Fallon in Brendan Dassey's trial, and what they said. So guys, if you're in chat, and thank you for joining us, no matter what platform you're listening from, put yourself as part of the jury. Mr. Kratz, Fallon, and Garn are trying to convince you that Teresa Halbach was murdered, shot and murdered in Stephen Avery's garage. So Jack 61, if we can have a look at the next slide, please. And so this is a statement done by Mr. Kratz in his opening statements in Brendan Dassey's trial. And guys, what we'll do, we're going to vacillate between Brendan's trial and Stephen's trial, but essentially the same things were read out. Susan, do you see the slide?
I do, Doc.
Are you happy to read Mr. Kratz's statement?
Sure.
Cheers.
The evidence in this case, members of the jury, isn't just going to be based on the statements of a young man, aren't just going to be the fanciful expressions or imagination of somebody. We're going to be able to prove to you in this case that things the public didn't know, things the police didn't know, were provided by a young man who was at the scene. Was he there? Absolutely. Did he help? Absolutely. And so the jury's role then will be to decide these facts. Your role as a jury will be to decide whether Brendan's admissions of involvement in this case, knowing things that nobody else knows, that only the murderer and the murderer's accomplice could know in this case, and you are to search for the truth.
Thank you, Susan. Jackson, do you have any comments? Susan, do you have any comments?
Where to start?
Yeah.
You know, you think about Stephen's trial, you think about Brendan's trial. Now, in Stephen's trial, he couldn't do this at all. Couldn't mention Brendan.
Correct.
Right. So, you know, we've had this legal, you know, none of us being lawyers, this discussion over the years about the legality of how the state approached this doing these two trials. You know, murdered in two different ways in two different locations at two different times, and how they were able to get away with it legally. I'm at a loss. If the search is for the truth, right? That's what I'm saying.
Correct.
Yeah, search
Correct.
for the truth in Kratz's narrative is what he's asking them to do. Knowing things that nobody else knows, feeding Brendan details and knowing things that only the murderer could know.
Correct.
Yeah,
So-
they kind of.
So don't you find it rather interesting the way he's already set the stage up, right? In other words, he's leading the jury to an inevitable conclusion. The fact that
Yep.
Brendan was there, Brendan was helping, and that Brendan gave information that only the murderer or the murderer's accomplice would know. So he's already set the stage, right? It's very interesting the way Kratz has approached this. And I echo what Jack 61 said. Jack 61, sir.
Well, he's saying this in his opening statement. Of course, lawyers can say whatever. It's not necessarily the truth. It's their narrative. But if once you dive under the hood, what he said here is not true. It's just not.
That is correct. That is correct. But remember, I told the audience and people in chat and us to put yourself in the position of the jury. You're
Yes.
listening to this, right?
That's right.
So in other words, Mr. Kratz is setting the stage, right? So in other words, everything, according to Mr. Kratz, like Susan said, is inevitable. So Brendan Dassey had to provide information that only the killer or the killer's accomplice would know. So he's setting up the jury with this scenario, which is very, very interesting. So what Kratz said is, hey, we're not going to just look at Brendan's statements. We're going to look at the forensic evidence. Well, Mr. Kratz, we're going to look at the forensic evidence as well. But it is interesting that it wasn't just Kratz that said the same thing. It was Tom Fallon who said it in his closing argument as well. So Jack 61, if we can have a look at the next slide, please. So remember, the whole purpose of what Kratz, Fallon, and Garn are trying to do is to convince a jury of Brendan's guilt. Jack 61, do you see the slide?
Oh, yeah.
Are you happy to read it out?
Yep.
Okay.
All righty. And it's almost like it's like the elephant in the room that no one's paying attention to for corroboration. There are 2 points. The witness of the detail provided by the defendant in that confession tells us that it's true. You can't have that rich of a detail unless you were there, unless you experienced it, unless you lived through it.
Okay. Yep. Susan, any comments?
Does that include all that detail he gave that they didn't use?
Yes. Correct.
All
Correct.
the varying, all the different confessions he made, all the different facts, so-called
You mean
facts of the
You mean all the contradictions?
all the contradictions, yes.
So you've got the situation whereby even Tom Fallon is saying that Brendan Dassey's statement is to be believed, what he said. And the reason why it's to be believed is because, as Jack 61 read out, you can't have that richness of detail, to quote Tom Fallon, unless you were there, unless you experienced it, and unless you lived through it. So what he's basically saying is, to the jury, we are to believe Brendan Dassey because Brendan Dassey gave incredible rich detail that only the killer or the killer's accomplice would know. But as Jack 61 pointed out, a very important point, and guys in chat, you're not silly, right? You've seen a lot of our podcasts. You've read a lot of the information. When you go under the hood, you realize that the state actually had an empty hand, an empty deck. They had nothing. So it's a matter of how they were able to convince a jury, 2 juries, of the guilt of both Stephen and in Brendan. So point number 1, we need to establish where Brendan Dassey was on the evening of October the 31st, 2005. Remember, that's the day that Teresa Horvath came to the Avery salvage yard and photograph Brendan's mother's van. After that time, no one knows where Teresa went. There's really two options. Either she was murdered on the Avery salvage yard, or she had left the Avery salvage yard and was murdered off the property, likely murdered off the property. The question is the suspect Brendan Dassey? Where was he? Where actually was Brendan? It's very important to establish where he was that evening. All right, do we have a comment by Sappercop? And welcome, Sappercop.
Yeah, I saw that. Hey, Sappercop, hope you're doing well, you and family. Sappercop says, except the hallmark of a liar is to add extra detail and specifics, and we've seen that. It's true.
100% correct. And we've spent many hours looking at Brendan Dassey's statements, where he got this richness of detail from. What information did he provide? And you can see that the police were releasing, the law enforcement were releasing a lot of information in the media, on television, in the newsprint. Plus, law enforcement were always constantly talking to the family. And as Jack 61 and Susan pointed out, it was a topic of discussion around the family table. It was a discussion at school, at Brendan's school. It was always talked about. Plus, Brendan's uncle, Stephen, got arrested on November the 9th. So it was always a topic of conversation. So what did Brendan disclose that only the murderer or the murderous accomplice would know? But step number one, where was Brendan? Right? If we look at the next slide, we actually find out where Brendan was. And remember, Brendan Dassey was questioned at Crivets on November the 6th by both Detective O'Neill and by Detective Baldwin. Brendan, I never understood the significance of what Brendan said. I do now. So this is just 6 days after the disappearance of Teresa. And through a conversation, we know exactly what Brendan did and where he was, right? Jack 61, are you happy to read Detective O'Neill and also Detective Baldwin?
Yep.
And Susan, are you happy to read Brendan?
Sure.
Yep, let's go for it, guys.
All righty. Detective O'Neill. So that Monday after she left, when you stayed at the house playing games for 2 hours, Steve did not come over?
Mm-mm.
Did you see Steve at all the rest of that day?
Yeah,
Where at?
in my house. He came over and he needed some help to push a Jeep into his garage because he was fixing it for Grandpa.
Of course, we know the Jeep means the Suzuki Samurai.
Yep.
Detective Baldwin, what time was that?
About 7 or 8.
And daylight savings change was Sunday the 30th. Brendan was seen at home at 7:30 to 7:45.
Yep.
Detective O'Neill, how did you help push it in?
Pushed it with our hands, and
Where did he have to go to get that Jeep to bring it up by the garage?
it was right by the garage.
Okay.
Without any prompting, if we go back one more slide, Jack 61, without
Right.
any prompting at all, Brendan clearly said where he was and approximately what time he was at with Stephen. We know that Brendan was with Stephen Avery on the Sunday, on October the 31st, on October the 30th. We have a phone call, and he's definitely in the garage. I think it was 8:44 p.m. He's with Stephen, but we don't know what he did with Stephen in the garage. Brendan, without any form of provocation, said, hey, Stephen came over and got me at around 7, 8 o'clock, was more closer to 7 o'clock. And Brendan helped push in the Suzuki Samurai. Brendan was correct. there was a Suzuki Samurai on the left-hand side of Stephen Avery's garage as you face it. It was on the grass. That Suzuki Samurai was being fixed up. There was a transmission problem, and that Suzuki Samurai had belonged to Stephen's dad. Susan, do you have a comment?
No, Doc.
Okay. So we know that other family members saw the Suzuki Samurai on the side of the garage. One person noted the Suzuki Samurai when he went trick-or-treating. That was Blaine. But Blaine never made any comments when he had returned back from trick-or-treating. In other words, everything Brendan said checked out. Now, I've done a very extensive timeline on where Brendan was. The only time I can't account for him, and no one else can, is after the Cornelie call of around about 6 o'clock and between 7:30 to 7:45. So for about an hour and 45 minutes, I can't account for where Brendan is. And if you notice the time that Brendan said between 7 and 8 that he helped his uncle push in the Suzuki Samurai, it fits perfectly, right? It fits absolutely perfectly. So we know that Brendan was seen by multiple people, including his mother, no later than 7:45. So we know he was back home. But between after the Cornelie call to 7:45, there was plenty of time to help Stephen either pick up the yard and put in the Suzuki Samurai. Jack 61, do you have any comments, sir?
Well, just one, and it's to the point, and it's really difficult for the mind as far as past events for us as people out here reading, remembering this is 6 days after this alleged event, less than a week. But so much of what we allegedly found out through the cops, into February, 4 months later, basically, is so far away from this time frame. Who can remember stuff like that? I've bitched about this for months now when we're talking about the time frame and the timeline. I get into arguments with people that, the state advocates and so forth. Hey, you can, and I'm not mad at them for believing what they want to believe. That's fine.
Correct.
But again, trying to be a very reasonable person and thinking about my own situation in life of what I could remember in specific detail that happened 4 freaking months ago. Come on.
Yeah.
So to me, this, I guess my point is, Doc and Susan, everyone, is this time frame here is much closer to when things occurred.
100% correct. As time, we know that Brendan Dassey's got a very susceptible memory, but this is 6 days after, and everything he said can be backed up and it's verifiable. Susan.
There's also no mention of a fire.
No, or cleaning up the garage, right? Which is very, very interesting, or cleaning up of a garage. But Brendan mentioned, hey, look, I helped my uncle push in a Suzuki Samurai. We look at the next picture, Jack 61. Very, very interesting. Now, this photograph was taken on November the 6th. So law enforcement, they went inside Stephen's garage and they processed it. This photograph is a very interesting one because you can see that the Skidoo snowmobile that was in there, we don't know when that was pushed in. It was removed by law enforcement because they were processing the garage. But you do indeed find the Suzuki Samurai with a lot of stuff on the bonnet in the garage, right? Backing up what Brendan said. It's perfect. But also I want you to note other couple of things about that garage. First of all, right at the back, you have the green compressor. This is going to become very important. And also in front of the green compressor is a toolbox, right? Right in front of the green compressor. That toolbox belongs to Stephen. Keep that in mind. Now, remember, this is November the 6th. To the right-hand side is the ride-on lawnmower That's going to play a very important role later on. But as Jack 61 has got this photograph amplified, you see the crack in the middle of the garage floor, that crack that runs north to south. That's going to become crucial in this investigation. And you can clearly see there are plenty of stains all over the garage, predominantly where the vehicles were. There's no question that both the Skidoo and the Suzuki Samurai were leaking fluids. So if we were to distill what Brendan said, it's very simple, it's very boring, but it's very important. And I'll read it. On the evening of October the 31st, Brendan had helped his uncle Stephen push in the Jeep, which is the Suzuki Samurai, into his garage. But now I know that Jack 61 and we've had a lot of discussions about this, and also with Susan. Unbeknownst to Brendan is that Brendan was, in effect, Stephen's alibi. Guys, comments?
I completely agree. He was his alibi, and Kratz knew it. Fallon gone.
Yep.
They knew it, and they knew it early on. There was, as I've said before, there was even a phone call prior to November 6th, or maybe it was the 6th. I don't know. I just know that Brendan had made a statement there. This had carried over through a statement in a phone call, not necessarily by Brendan, but by others, that Brendan was over there.
Yep.
So they knew.
Yep. So, sorry, Susan, do you have a comment?
No, I just agree with Jack. Yes, I absolutely knew that Brendan was there. It was his alibi, or he was Steve's alibi. Yeah.
That is correct. So for that time period, that's an excellent question, Sapakop. That's why they went after him. But the question, I've even got a better question. Why didn't they arrest him immediately? Right, Jack 61? Right, Susan? Because you could tell he told Baldwin and O'Neill, hey, I was with my uncle. I helped pushed in a vehicle. What time? When did you do that, Brendan? On the evening of October the 31st, right? So Sapakop asked a great question. But the question that's on my mind is, why wasn't Brendan brought in earlier, Jack 61?
Well, I pitched about that too, because having this information, they knew he was there. So why wasn't he arrested on the November 15th? And the answer to that is because they couldn't. They didn't have anything. They had nothing that attached Brendan to anything other than him saying, "Hey, I went over to help my uncle push the Suzuki in," and that's about it. I mean, I don't know if by the 15th, some other. I think by then, they knew about them having a little fire and that kind of thing. Of course, that all got blowed up a completely different direction. But that's my question: why wasn't Brendan also brought in on November 15th and arrested? Come on.
Correct. And that brings in a lot of other factors as well. Like, for example, Susan highlighted one of the cases in which this person was burnt, cremated, basically in a burn pile. And everyone knows that you need time and a lot of fuel source to convert a human being to bone fragments. So now we've got this issue. Wait a minute. If Brendan was over helping his uncle for 1 to 1.5 hours or 1 hour and 45 minutes, does that mean that was Brendan helping Stephen commit this atrocity against Teresa, or was somehow Teresa somewhere else during that time frame? Isn't Stephen meant to be cremating Teresa Horbach? So it brings in all these complicating factors that Brendan now is associated with Stephen. And you can see, what did Brendan say? I helped my uncle push in the Suzuki Samurai. And there it is, guys. There's a Suzuki Samurai in the garage, exactly like Brendan said. So in effect, Brendan was Stephen's alibi for that time period, Furthermore, we know that Stephen had received 2 phone calls from Jody, his fiancée, for 15 minutes each. Then Stephen rings his brother up for 5 minutes. That means for 35 minutes block, is Stephen committing a murder, rape, dismemberment, cremation while he's talking to his fiancée and his brother? And now you've got the complicating factor is, hey, wait, Brendan is there helping his uncle in the garage. Jack 61.
And there's been no mention of a fire, no mention of the RAV.
No. And no mention of any cleaning as well.
Nope.
Okay. So what Brendan said was, hey, I helped my uncle push in the Suzuki Samurai. I firmly believe that a lot of the yard cleanup probably happened one day prior on October 30th.
So do I.
Susan.
Yep.
Just the fact that when they arrested Stephen, they knew that Brendan had said he was with him that night. So why did they not bring Brendan in for questioning?
Exactly.
Once they arrested Stephen.
Been my question
It
for
makes
years.
no sense. Because I will, hypothesize that's because they knew.
Yep.
They knew Stephen didn't get him.
Very interesting. Brendan is very much a complication. He is a complicating factor in all of this. So now we know where Brendan was. Brendan was with his uncle on 2 nights, on the Sunday and on the Monday night. That's without any dispute. Okay, now we're going to change tack completely. Can we have a look at the next slide, Jack 61? This is going to be crucial. Now enter in the cranial bone fragments, right? Now, I don't want to start an avalanche of controversy, but these cranial bone fragments are evidence tag 9597. According to Dr. Eisenberg, these cranial bone fragments, and you can see the cranial bone fragments, they're small, tiny, heavily burnt, and they're highly fragmented. According to Dr. Eisenberg, these were present in Stephen Avery, or isolated or sifted from Stephen Avery's burn pit, right? Now, we can talk for 5 or 6 hours just on that, but we're not. That's a totally separate area. According to Dr. Eisenberg, these cranial bone fragments were isolated from the box of bones, the white box of bones that Dr. Bennett saw before she did. In total, there were 58 bone fragments that were from the skull. What is remarkable is that a large proportion of the skull has never been recovered. A lot of Teresa Halbach's skull is missing. Dr. Eisenberg was not able to do a complete refit of the skull. A lot of the skull is missing. No one knows where it is. And allegedly, Stephen and Brendan had cremated Teresa Halbach whole in Stephen Avery's burn pit. And remember, Dr. Eisenberg examined all the bone fragments from 3 different locations: the burn pit, Yonder Burn Barrel number 2, and the Manitowoc County gravel pit. We don't know if cremains were found elsewhere. Right, Jack 61? Right, Susan? We got no idea.
Right.
That's right. That's kind of an argument, not to get off on a sidetrack, but that's kind of an argument that I've been in on X.
Yeah.
Because there's these investigative holes that we've got reports and we've got hints and we've got phone calls, but no actual entry into ledgers, no testing done at the lab. So there's that investigative hole that I feel certain there was these items. They just weren't recorded. They've been withheld. For whatever reason, they've been withheld. And anyway, that's another subject.
Yeah. The whole area of the cremains is a black box. It really is a mystery. And it's very, very hard to study and to analyze because there are tag numbers absolutely everywhere. Susan.
Just wondering if they were maybe at Cuss Road.
We do not know. According to the state, right, Jack 61, nothing was found at Cuss Road.
Unless you look at Uyghur's unfiled warrant.
Yeah, correct. We're not
Well,
going to hijack and trigger Duke at the same time.
But here's the thing, everyone. This is what I have to consider. Bones allegedly found in Stevens burn pit. According to Fallon's reply in September of 2006, bones found at the clandestine burial site. Now, I've been in this argument with somebody from the other side that, well, there's citations that put that completely. He just got it wrong. He wrote that report. He wrote that reply brief wrong.
It's just another clerical error, right, Jesse?
Well, I mean, if it was from one of the less experienced persons in the world, I might be able to go with that. We're talking about Fallon. Fallon doesn't make those kinds of mistakes. He just doesn't. Anyway. So
it's very clearly written what he meant to say.
Yeah,
that's
very
right.
clear. There's no errors there.
No.
Tom Fallon is incredibly vigilant.
He is
incredibly vigilant. He dots all the I's, crosses all the T's.
He does. He's very highly intelligent. Anyway, moving on. The Manitowoc County gravel pit. Another place bones were found. Right?
Yes. Yeah, 3 debris piles.
That's right. And then, I say this last one loosely because we don't really know everything because we don't have any photographs. November 6th, Mitchell's materials with Ertl and what they dug up.
Correct.
I don't know what the hell all they have found. It's another black hole of information. So do I suspect they found bones there? I do. Do I know it for sure? No, I don't. Anyway, so you're finding bones all the way around this area.
Yes.
But so that in itself, to me, is a problem, and I think they knew it was a real problem. That's my personal opinion.
Oh, what? Yes.
5-gallon buckets, right? Several.
Correct.
All of the bones that they have in evidence would not fill one 5-gallon bucket.
Oh no, the Dr. Eisenberg was asked this, and I was actually quite shocked. Up to 60% by weight and volume of someone of Teresa Horbach's age and stature, up to 60% of her skeletal frame is missing.
That was another one, and I
never been
found. Well, I was trying to hurry to finish up, but Susan brought up another good point, and that's Sippel's phone call on November 9th. And it's not clear exactly which quarry. It's him and at least one, if not two DCI agents are in a quarry. And he's telling Captain Rush, his superior, hey, we got a couple of gallons of 5-gallon buckets of human bones here. Where the hell did they go? We have no...
Where are they?
Right.
Yeah.
No entry into the ledgers. I've been, called everything under the sun about talking about this phone call. I didn't make the damn phone call. He did. It's crazy, man. So anyway, you got all these locations where these remains are found. What the hell are we supposed to believe?
Correct. But going back to these cranial bone fragments, they're very, very important for the following reasons, right? We have a look at the next slide, Jack 61. Just before you do, the crazy thing about those cranial bone fragments, which I still can't wrap my head around, is that Sturdivant said that he saw cranial bone fragments embedded in the tire wire. Remember, Jack 61?
That's right. And why didn't he just throw down the gauntlet right then and say everyone needs to get out? Let's call Ertl, let's call Pebito, whatever, and get the people in here and tape it off.
But the most bizarre thing, Jack 61, was that he got a rake and a hoe from the Yunder residence and raked out the tire wire from the burn pit
And left it there.
left it there.
Well, that's another thing that's been a real point of contention for me and others, is that if he wasn't going to take that tire wire with him, what was his goal in disturbing that pit? Did he walk over there and see where somebody had poured out a pile of bones and said, that don't look good?
No,
I don't know.
Something does not quite gel here. But guys,
It doesn't.
For the discussion of today, because
I'm sorry.
No, not at all. I love talking about the bones, but the thing is, we can spend 7 hours just talking about the burn pit.
I know.
There's so many mysteries regarding the burn pit. But here's the bizarre thing. These cranial bone fragments were sifted from Stephen Avery's burn pit, which meant that these cranial bone fragments were in the white box of bones. Now, if we have a look at the next slide, Jack 61, why are these cranial bone fragments so important? We're not going to read this out. There's no point in reading it out. I'm going to summarize. This is Dr. Eisenberg's anthropology report. Why is it important? It meant that the two co-lead investigators, Fassbender and Wiegert, very early on in the whole investigative process, they knew about these cranial bone fragments. They knew about internal beveling being found in some of the cranial bone fragments. And furthermore, when these cranial bone fragments were X-rayed, they showed radiopark density particles. This is very, very important. So early on, this is before Brendan Dassey even got questioned, Fassbender and Wiegert were aware of a potential shooting scenario. Jack 61, Susan, everyone happy with that? They knew early on about a shooting scenario that took place.
Yeah, it seemed like I remember I dug a little bit into this, and they definitely knew about the one piece early on. And then the second beveling, they found out a little bit later. I can't remember the month, but it wasn't immediate.
Yes.
I think it was sometime after in the early 2006, but I don't remember the date.
Yes. Now, the next slide we are going to read out. This is from the Eisenberg's anthropology report. This is talking about the cause and manner of death and what additional work was done. I want you to note the date, February the 27th. Who do you know got interrogated on that exact date?
That was when the Dassey family got abducted, kidnapped, and taken to Fox Hills.
Yep. And Brendan Dassey got questioned.
Yep.
And remember what Brendan said? He saw toes in Stephen Avery's burn pit.
That's right.
On that exact date. Right?
After being prompted, did you see any body parts or something?
You had to have seen something, right?
Yeah.
So everything now is starting to come together. Brendan and the cranial bone fragments are going to meet paths in a shocking manner. So, Susan, do you see that slide?
Yes, Doc.
Are you happy to read it out? This is from the anthropology report. Very important.
I am. Cause and manner of death. There is an unambiguous semicircular cranial defect on the internal table of a left parietal bone fragment that exposes the diplobe, the spongy bone between the internal and external tables of the skull. The internal diameter of the defect is larger than the opening on the outside of the skull fragment that exhibits a crescent-shaped defect with evidence of slight external beveling. A second, smaller parietal fragment articulates with the larger fragment, but does not complete the defect. Because of the overall skull fragmentation, it may never be possible to reconstruct the entire defect unless additional opposing cranial fragments are identified in as yet unexamined material. X-rays taken of this larger fragment document the evidence of 4 very small objects of considerably greater density than the bone itself adjacent to the defect. At my suggestion, and at the request of Special Agent Fassbender, Mr. Ken Olson of the Crime Laboratory in Madison was asked to perform energy dispersive X-ray, EDX, analysis on the fragment in order to assess elemental composition of those small radiopaque particles. Mr. Olson contacted me by telephone on February 27, 2006, to let me know that his analysis identified lead on the outer cranial table of the larger fragment proximate to the internally beveled defect.
Okay. Have any comments?
So they only found the radiopaque particles on one of them? Is that what I read?
I think on one. As Jack 61 pointed out, the other cranial bone fragment, I think, was identified and analyzed later. So the important point here, guys, is this. And I'll show you a picture in a second. There was hard forensic evidence of internal beveling. What that means is when a bullet strikes the skull, it causes a smaller hole on the outside and a much larger hole on the inside. So it forms a bevel, and it's like a blowout, a small blowout inside the skull. So when the bullet transits the skull is made up of 2 tables, an outer table and an inner table, and a spongy layer in the middle. The bullet transits that. And I'll talk about it in a second, what the investigators found was that there were 2 cranial bone fragments that showed entrance wounds and beveling. But when a bullet transits the skull or enters the skull, it leaves part of its coat embedded in bone, because a bullet has got, it's either copper jacketed or, of course, lead, the head of the bullet itself. Some of its lead core deposits in the bone. Olson did a special X-ray, and he found that those flakes, remember those radiopaque density particles that Eisenberg described, he now found elemental lead, which meant that the investigators had all the evidence they needed to prove that Teresa Halbach was shot in the skull at least twice. Susan.
I'm trying to remember in MAM 2, KZ's experts. Didn't they say that these could have been caused by other means than a bullet?
There was a lot of discussion. People were talking about potentially an arrow, used in hunting, and
From
potentially from a crossbow, and
Yeah.
potentially even a hammer. But those objects cause fractures in the skull. They didn't find those fractures. They found a bullet hole. But here's the important thing. It's interesting the way Eisenberg writes her reports. They're as clear as mud. What she was alluding to was they couldn't refit the skull. They could not find a whole hole, one intact. They only found partial hole. You notice what she said? But does not complete the defect. It may never be possible to reconstruct the entire defect, which meant they couldn't measure the defect and say, yep, here's the caliber of the bullet. You understand?
Yep.
They never had
Yep.
an entire intact hole. They only had partial hole, so they can make a rough guess. But they could not say 100%, oh, it's a .22 caliber bullet. Because why? You can see what Eisenberg wrote. We never found any complete hole, only a partial hole, right? So it's very interesting. You need to decode what Eisenberg actually said. But there's no doubt, 100% no doubt, that several of the cranial bone fragments showed internal beveling. Right, do we have a question?
Yeah, from 3 rad 4s, how high caliber? I don't think they could actually determine that from what they had, right, Doc?
Correct. They're trying to do it by reverse. They've got a hole. Now they've got to go, okay, we've got a hole or holes in the skull. Can we find a bullet? If we find a bullet, can we find a gun? So they're working in reverse. You get it? But the problem is the holes that were present in the skull were not complete.
Right.
They're only semicircular. They're only partial holes. But it gets worse. Susan, do you have a comment?
Well, I have to preface this with, I don't know much about guns or bullets or, the holes they cause. But I do know that a .22 is a pretty small caliber, right?
Oh, correct.
Compared to
Correct. Yes, it is.
others. So
Yes, it is.
I don't know. It seems to me like they could make an educated guess on the size of that hole if they have a partial, partial circular amount and scientifically figure that out. I don't know.
Except you're gonna see that the problems that the state ran into in a second. Jack 61, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I have to agree with Susan. I think they could make an educated guess on the size, even with the partial that they had. I think they could, but as you said,
but yeah, if you actually read her report, Eisenberg says we don't know direction of fire, angle, nothing. There's a big problem with this shooting scenario. If we go to the next slide, I'll explain. So here is, wait till Jack 61. Here is irrefutable proof of a shooting scenario. So what you see in the picture right up on top are burnt parietal bone fragments, right? You can see that the skull fragments have been heavily burnt. And what you're doing, this view is from inside the skull looking out. So you're looking at inside the skull. This is not the back of the skull, but looking from the view from inside. You can see where I've got the little red arrow, the hole on the outside is smaller than the hole on the inside. Can you see how it radiates out? It's fanned out.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. I wish they had a measurement so you could,
scale.
see how big these are. A scale, yeah.
Yep. But so Eisenberg tried to refit as much of the skull fragments as she could, but could not do it because a lot of the skull is missing. But there's no doubt the forensic evidence is right there. There's evidence of gunshot wounds. So Jack 61, if you raise up the picture a little bit, so what Eisenberg...
Just before we do that, Doc, just one comment. And again, I'm like Susan. I probably have more experience with guns, but that looks bigger than a .22. I'm sorry, it just does.
Well,
how can you tell without a scale? I mean, you know,
correct.
Unless those fragments are like really tiny, which I don't think they're really tiny. I think they're big enough that they could take measurements. I'm with you. I get you.
But you know,
saw all those laid out on that white sheet. I mean, they look small there. But
small.
Without scale, you just can't tell.
But you know what the problem is? The skull has been subjected to heat. you get bone shrinkage. So the skull
true.
fragment, the whole skull, the whole body has been subjected to a lot of heat, which means you're going to get alteration in the, you're going to get shrinkage because the bones lose all their biological content and fluid.
Yeah.
So therefore, trying to take any measurements is a futile exercise, right? Because here you don't have an intact skull. You've got one that's heavily been fragmented and obviously been placed through a fire. So you get shrinkage,
But
you get alteration.
if you look at extremes, say it was the largest bullet possible, I mean, you're going to know the difference between that and a 22, right?
Yes, I will believe so.
If you look at extremes
Correct.
that way.
Correct.
So, I don't know.
Remember what the state were trying to do. The state were trying to reverse engineer. We have cranial bone fragments. We need to find a bullet. We have a bullet. We now need to find a gun. Get it? So they were working backwards.
Oh yeah.
Right. So and where's the other bullet?
Exactly. So if you look at the picture down below, on the left-hand side, this is an example of a bone fragment, cranial bone fragment that's been X-rayed. And you can see the tiny fleck shown here by arrow. So what Olsen did was he confirmed, now this is disturbing in multiple ways. He confirmed that radioactive particle was in fact lead from the outer coat of a bullet. What the state didn't do, and I'm still mystified, is they never linked that lead to any specific bullet. They never did the forensic analysis on item FL to link item FL to the cranial bone fragment. You get it?
Which is possible.
Yes.
I watch Oak Island, okay? They can find out where that comes from.
All they're going to do is elemental analysis on the bullet, and that's it. They can get the composition, right? So if you look at the picture up above, and I've got more pictures to show you, Teresa Horbach suffered at least 2 gunshot wounds to the head, to the skull. One, an occipital defect, which is in the back of the head, and another one to the left-hand side near the temple, a parietal defect. The evidence was 2 entry wounds. The state never found any exit wounds. In other words, a bone fragment showing a blowout. You get it? A reverse bevel of a bullet entering and then exiting. They only found 2 internal fragments beveling, no external exit wounds. Susan.
So if Teresa was laying on the garage floor, she would have been face down to get a bullet in the back of her head.
Correct. So she was shot execution style. Once in the back of the skull and once to the left temple. Very much execution style. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. Susan.
Well, of course, we know she wasn't laying on the garage floor. I'm sure she was.
Correct. That's correct. But we have to prove it. That's the whole idea of this podcast. We have to prove it. So if we look at the next picture, this is what Jack 61 was talking about. They found occipital bone fragments, which are from the back of the head. And there you can see a bevel. No doubt about it. So we know if we sum all this up, Teresa Horbach was shot at least twice in the skull, once in the back and once on the left temple. Someone wanted her dead. This is shocking, shocking violence. But the violence didn't stop by gunshot. She was also dismembered and cremated. Now, are we now to believe that Brendan and Stephen did all this in the time frame available, and no one heard a thing, right? So now, that's why I said that Brendan Dassey is a liability to the state because it narrows the time frame. Guys, do you get it? Because Brendan said, hey, I was there with my uncle. I helped him push in the Suzuki Samurai. I was there. Jack 61.
Well, as we've talked about, you need fuel, you need
And
time, and you
and
need
privacy.
more than anything, you need privacy.
Yes,
And
you do.
he didn't have any of that.
None of those. None of those. So, Susan.
If all of that happened, there would be blood somewhere.
Yes. Yes.
Teresa's blood and a lot of it.
Correct. So now, there's irrefutable proof of a shooting scenario. Now, please, I do not want to be offensive, but I preface this by saying if those cremains belong to Teresa, because no bones have been DNA tested, only desiccated muscle tissue, I'm convinced it's Teresa Halbach, but I'm just making the assumption that all of these cremains are from Teresa, right? So there's irrefutable proof that she was shot at least twice in the skull. Now, in court, remember what I said, guys? Put yourself in the jury, the position of the jury. We have a look at the next slide. So imagine in court hearing this, right? Jack 61, are you happy to read Tom Fallon, which is the question? And Susan, are you happy to read Dr. Eisenberg?
Sure.
Okay, Fallon. Okay. Based upon your training and experience, and the examination that you conducted in this case, do you have an opinion as to the manner of death of the individual whose remains that you examined?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that opinion?
It is my opinion that the remains of the individual I examined died as a result of a homicide, and in particular, what I am calling homicidal violence.
Okay. And the cause of death? At least 2 gunshots to the head. The same thing was said in Stephen's trial. Now imagine if you're the jury listening to this. Is this going to be devastating? Yes or no? Jack 61.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, of course.
You're sitting on the jury. I mean, you're sitting there thinking probably thinking that these people have a reason to lie. So you're just going to believe it.
Yep. And also people in chat, if you're listening to this in the jury, would you be convinced that Stephen and Brendan had shot and killed Teresa Halbach in the garage? Right? This was devastating news. I remember watching it on MAM. You could hear a pin drop in the courtroom. Right? Teresa Halbach was shot execution style, once in the back of the skull and once in the left temple. What the hell? This is horrendous news. So now, why is this important? Because now the investigators knew what to look for. They had to find evidence of homicidal violence by gunshot. Right? So we have a look at the next slide. This is very, very interesting. And we've covered this multiple times. Jack 61, can you just blow up the picture on the top? Stephen Avery's trailer, right? So the investigators went inside Stephen Avery's trailer multiple times. This is before Brendan. They went in there in November and in December. They checked the whole trailer from top to bottom. They had a cadaver dog in there, everything. They did tons of swabs, the lot. They found no evidence of homicidal violence. None. After Brendan got arrested on March the 1st, Brendan gave them the playbook, so to speak, of what allegedly him and Stephen did to Teresa. The investigators now went back inside Stephen Avery's trailer and destroyed it. Right, Jack? Right, Susan? From top to bottom.
Oh, hell yes.
They tore the place apart. You can't say that the investigators did a piss poor job. They didn't. They did a thorough examination of Stephen Avery's bedroom, master bedroom, and other rooms. They were looking for evidence of homicidal violence, any form of violence. Unfortunately, they found none. Zero. Not one molecule of Teresa Halbach. This was a big problem because, guys, I don't know if you remember from MAM. Remember when Fassbender was on the stand and Kratz said, "What do you mean Teresa Halbach wasn't in the trailer? You found the bill of sales, didn't you? And her phone number." And they were Kratz was trying to imply that implied that Teresa was inside the trailer.
Yeah, I remember it.
You remember
Absolutely.
it?
I'm thinking to myself, well, that didn't prove she was in there.
No. So in other words, if a salesperson comes to your house and gives you a card with their name and address, does that mean that person was in your house?
Of course not.
But that's how stupid this case got, because the investigators are scratching their head. They're going, wait a minute. Brendan told us what we need to look for. And remember what Kratz said. Now we know what to look for in this case. Brendan told them the playbook. They tore Stephen's place apart. The master bedroom was destroyed from top to bottom. They found zero. Zero. So there was no evidence of homicidal violence. So Jack 61, if you can lift up the picture a little bit. Their real last bastion of hope was the garage, because when the investigators went in on November of 2005, they found all this blood spots on the garage floor. They found 11 spent shell casings. Blood, spent shell casings. Wow, maybe we found evidence of homicidal violence. They also luminol sprayed the garage. Remember, Erdl found a faint glowing luminol behind the ride-on lawnmower. And what did Kratz say? We put in the bleach. So they didn't find any blood, but they were implicating that they found bleach, indicative that they cleaned Teresa Halbach's blood. Right, guys? So when they went in November, did they find any blood belonging to Teresa anywhere?
No. Nothing.
No.
Nothing.
Did anybody report smelling bleach?
No.
And they didn't test for it.
No. So now they didn't test for the presence of bleach. You're correct. So now they're going, wait a minute. We questioned Brendan. Brendan told us allegedly what Stephen and he did to Teresa in the garage. So the question is this. When the investigators were questioning Brendan in March the 1st, here's the key critical question that the investigators had to know. They knew that Teresa suffered 2 gunshot wounds. The question is, did Brendan Dassey know about Teresa being shot in the head? Right?
Not until we asked him. It's so dumb.
Remember what Fallon and Kratz said. If you were there, if you lived it, if you experienced it. He's putting Brendan with Teresa Halbach in the garage with Stephen with a gun. The question is, would Brendan say, we shot Teresa in the garage in the head? This fact was not released publicly. The media did not know it. The investigators did the right thing and they held it back. The question is, would Brendan tell them this? Let's have a look at what Brendan said in the March 1st interrogation. Now, we've covered this from top to bottom. But remember what Fallon, Kratz, and Garn are trying to convince you, right? So, Jack 61, are you happy to read Wiegert? I can do Fassbender. And Susan, are you happy to do Brendan?
Sure.
So this is straight from the March 1st interrogation. Let's go for it, Jack 61.
Uyghur. So Steve stabs her first, and then you cut her neck? Brendan nods yes. What else happens to her in her head?
It's extremely, extremely important you tell us this for us to believe you.
Come on, Brendan. What else?
We know.
Pause.
We know. We just need you to tell us.
That's all I can remember.
All right. I'm just going to come out and ask you, who shot her in the head?
He did.
Then why didn't you tell us that?
Because I couldn't think of it.
Now, I could write a PhD thesis on just that. The outrage in the community, and I'm talking about lawyers, judges, investigators, police, you name it, and millions of words have been written about this. It has caused a huge issue amongst the legal profession. Why? Because Wiegert introduced something that only the killer or the accomplice would know, and that is privileged information about the case that only Fassbender, Wiegert, and law enforcement knew about. By Wiegert asking Brendan who shot her in the head, and remember Jack 61 and Susan, all the denials and guessing about what the hell Wiegert and Fassbender were asking Brendan something about the head, something about the head.
That's
and
right.
Brendan gave 4 or 5 different we slapped her, we punched her, we choked her, we did everything.
Cut her hair.
Cut her hair. All this sort of, the kid was going through the shopping list of guesses.
Yeah.
By Mark Wiegert asking Brendan who shot her in the head, you know what he did? He introduced a contamination error into the interrogation. The interrogation now is compromised, the whole lot. Why? Because you now can't verify what the suspect knows, correct?
That's right.
You don't
And
know.
what did Fassbender say about that in Cam? Oh, that's no big deal.
It's no big deal.
Some mistakes were made.
Some mistakes were made, right? But the trouble is now you can't verify the suspect's true knowledge. Why? Because you don't know whether he's telling you stuff he knows or whether he's simply echoing back what you know. Yep,
that's absolutely right.
You 100% correct. But Bob, that's why we're doing these podcasts, to show people in the community exactly how it was done. We're not sugarcoating anything. We're showing you as it is. And you're his mum. You know Brendan better than anybody on this planet, right? I'm from Australia. I don't know you guys, but I can see the bullshit like everybody else can, except Fassbender and Wiegert, Fallon and Garn and Kratz do not. So now this sets up the classic case for a false confession. This is so bad that this questioning is used as an example by law enforcement on not how to question a child like Brendan. It is embarrassing. It's used as a template. Guys, don't do this because you can potentially lead to a false confession. Jack 61.
Well, I mean, to me, even someone that is a hardened criminal that in that element, you wouldn't do this. Because now you've released information that only somebody that you're looking for would know.
Correct.
And he just blurted it. He just completely blurted it out. It's like, I've thought about this for a long time too is like, is this something that they've done in the past? Is this something that they do, that you release sensitive information, and now it's out because that person's they're gonna talk, they're gonna tell their friends and family. It's just
Yes.
completely ridiculous, man.
Yeah. So, Susan, do you have a comment?
I did, but brain fart. Sorry.
Hopefully you remember it. So remember, guys, Brendan was home from October the 31st right up to March the 1st. He was there at home, at school, listening to news, reading, hearing his family talk about the case. For months, he was in the wild. He was listening to information, right? So the unique aspect of the case, the shooting to the head, was provided by the investigator Wiegert. He completely, remember what Kratz said about the key? The same thing happened to the interrogation. You have now just gone and fucked up my case. Now, don't listen to what foul play says. You've got judges, lawyers, police, academics who have written research papers on this, criticizing Fassbender and Wiegert for destroying the interrogation. You can argue till the cows come home, but now Wiegert put in a contamination error into the questioning. So now you can't trust one word that Brendan says, not one. And Judge, who was the judge?
Duffin.
Duffin, he understood.
Oh,
he
yeah.
understood it. He goes, oh my God, you can't have this. This is crap. Toss it out, right? But this is critical, as you'll see. They must hold on to Brendan. Susan.
Yeah, I remembered what I was going to say. I've heard they made an excuse that, well, they were talking about when they were in the bedroom. So Brendan didn't think of the gunshot. But if they're asking Brendan about her head,
correct,
and that actually took place, he saw her shot twice in the head. That is the first thing that's going to come to Brendan's mind about her head.
Yep.
I mean, it's the 100%. Dumbest excuse. Their excuses are just.
It's the excuses
ridiculous.
You find in the kindergarten. These are seasoned law enforcement officers acting like 5-year-olds and providing the most bizarre excuses that you would ever see in a trial or trials. So what Brendan is saying is this. We shot Teresa Halbach at least twice in the skull. You could imagine the horror of shooting someone twice in the skull and the spray of blood, the sounds, the smell. And what Brendan goes? Because I couldn't think of it. What did Kratz and Fallon argue in court? He experienced it. He lived it. He was there. The guy just forgot that they shot Teresa Halbach in the garage like an animal on the ground 10 fucking times. Brendan goes, because I couldn't think of it. Who?
You know, that is such an honest, it's such an honest answer, because he's trying to come up with everything that could possibly be done to a head, you know, because they keep asking him everything he can think of.
Correct.
Because I couldn't think of gunshots. Yeah.
Correct.
Because it's not something that happened, right?
No, which contradicts completely with what the story that Kratz and Fallon are trying to promote. He was there. He lived it. He experienced it. Oh my God, he forgot about, and furthermore, did Brendan Dassey ever talk about dismemberment? No.
Nope.
No.
So now he forgot. He forgot 2 elements of the crime. Now remember, it is Fassbender and Wiegert who know all the information. They've got Dr. Eisenberg's report in front of them. They've read it. They know it. Brendan is not able to echo back what happened to Teresa. Why? Because she wasn't there. She could not have been there. The own CSI team proved they couldn't find any elements of Teresa at all in the trailer. Their now last bastion of hope was the garage. Now, if we look at the next slide, out of the blue, look what Chuck Avery says. Jack, would you like to read this? Now, this is a statement, part of a statement made by Chuck on November the 6th to one of the detectives. You want to read it out, Jack 61?
Sure. Okay. This is a Chuck Avery statement on November 6, 2005. During the week, Monday, I guess, through Friday. Yeah, I did not hear any gunshots. If there were any shots fired on my property, I would have heard them. I can't read that word.
Family
and friends used my pit to sight in their guns. I have no idea. Yeah, how the girl's car got into the salvage yard.
Now,
I was talking about it, and yeah, that's weird.
Don't you find that incredible?
Yeah.
Out of the blue, on November the 6th, this is way before Brendan. He goes, I didn't hear any gunshots. And that now explains what's going to happen next.
Well, I can kind of see where Chuck's located up there. He's
right down the end.
Yeah, he's kind of at center ways. I mean, I don't know echo wise and sound carry, but I guess I can kind of see how you would hear pretty much everything in the yard.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Why would he volunteer this information about gunshots?
I don't know. That's strange. That's really strange.
Interesting. All right. Now, so we got a problem. Wiegert and Fassbender did the stupidest thing by asking Brendan who shot her in the head. Fallon now had to downplay what Wiegert did. So we're going to read what Fallon said in his closing argument. Now, if we can have a look at the next slide, Jack 61. There are 3 paragraphs. Why don't we read one paragraph each? Jack 61, Susan, and I'll do the last paragraph. Are we happy with that?
Sure.
We can share it. Okay, let's go for it. This is Fallon.
Now, let's clear up this corroboration issue. The defense, in their opening comments on argument, suggested to you that we needed to corroborate everything in his statement. That's not true. That's not the law. We need, as Mr. Edelston corrected his colleague, we need only to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the elements of those offenses, the murder, the rape, and the mutilation. We don't have to corroborate. We don't have to prove every single solitary thing. We'd be here for the next 6 months.
This is a murder trial. We don't have to corroborate.
We're required to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt the elements of the offense, the facts that make him guilty. So let's look at what I would characterize as irrefutable corroboration. And it comes in facts that are either known only to the killers or facts that weren't discovered until after the defendant provided them.
How about that Teresa was shot in the garage? Sure, the officer said, well, who shot her? Wiegert asked. He got tired. He got impatient. He says, well, who shot her? He said, he did. Who's he? Stephen. Where? In the garage. Where did that come from? With what? A .22 caliber. more than once in the head and in the left side of the head.
Oh
How
my God.
unbelievable. Because don't worry that we get the information regarding the shooting scenario came from the investigator. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
He completely buried it.
He did. He
And
did.
did Brendan say the left side of the head and more than once in the
I
head?
think he did. I think he
Okay.
did.
I think
But
so.
remember,
Yeah.
They got
remember,
him to be specific.
yeah, but remember, Brendan said they shot Teresa twice, 5 times, 10 times.
Yeah, he did.
So he was
Right.
guessing. You think about it. You got 2 sides of the skull, left or right. So he picked left, the right. He guessed correct. And I'll prove it to you that he was guessing, right? So now you can clearly see they know. Fallon, Kratz, and Gunn know they got nothing. So now they've got to provide excuses for the investigators. But it gets worse. So now the shooting scenario was provided by Wiegert. It never came out of the mouth of Brendan. But if you think that's a farce, let's continue the March 1st interrogation. So Jack 61, are you happy to read Wiegert? And Susan, are you happy to read Brendan?
Sure.
So now going, all right, where did you shoot Teresa? Let's go for it.
Okay. Uyghur, where did you take her next?
Take her outside on the side of the garage and shoot her.
Take her outside of the garage and shoot her?
On the side of it, yeah.
That's location number 1. Now remember what Fallon said. He lived it, he experienced it, he was there. Brendan right up front goes, we took her outside and we shot her on the side of the garage. What do you think the response would have been from Fassbender and Wiegert when Brendan said, yeah, we took her outside and we shot her on the side of the garage? What do you think their response would have been?
We know what their response was.
Here's the question, and also people in chat, why didn't they accept it?
Right.
Well, I think they would have had. Well, you got the bullet problem.
Yeah, but they didn't find the bullet yet. They're questioning Brendan, right? They didn't find item FL or FK. So the question is, why didn't they accept what Brendan just said, that we shot her on the side of the garage?
Yeah, I don't know what was going through their mind exactly, Doc.
Well, maybe because the dog didn't find the bullet outside.
1, you've got a dog out there that will incessantly bark hearing gunshot. 2, you've got family members directly in Barb's house, and one of them is a hunter, Bobby Dassey, and you've got Chuck Avery and Mama Avery down the road that were wondering, what the fuck are they shooting a rifle at this time?
Plus anybody in the junkyard, right?
Anybody in the junkyard.
Well, I think you could pretty much hear it just as easily from the garage as you could outside.
Correct.
Oh, it would actually amplify in that garage.
Yes, but why didn't they accept a shooting scenario outside?
Yeah, I don't know what their ultimate thinking was, Doc.
Is it because they found no bullets and blood spatter?
Well, that thought did cross my mind, but I'm not. That's probably as good an excuse as any.
Is it because Bruce didn't alert outside near the garage, or any other canine?
Would it be feasible that a bullet was laying out there, still with DNA on it, underneath the snow?
Yeah, no. But remember, Susan, this is before they found item FL and FK.
I know, but they had to plant it. They needed a place to plant it.
Well, why? Well, they needed the bullet that's protected from the elements.
Right.
But the question is, why didn't they accept what Brendan said?
Because they knew that. They knew better. That it's their story. It's not Brendan's. It's their story.
That's correct. Brendan is meant to be there. Brendan's meant to have witnessed this. He said, we took her outside on the side of the garage and shot her. And they did not accept that. Said, oh,
Yeah.
come on, no way. But wait a
So
minute.
they wanted to craft the story.
Yes. Why
They
didn't
did
they
craft.
accept Brendan? He's there. He is the co-conspirator.
Exactly. So that
Yeah.
makes absolutely zero sense that they did not go with it outside the garage.
Correct. And as Sapakov said, they'd already decided the garage was why? You know why?
Right.
You know why, Sapakov? Because they found the spent shell casings.
Yeah.
And
Contained.
they found evidence of blood, and they did the luminol treatment. So they're going, oh shit, this can't be right. What the hell is he saying that they killed Teresa Horbach outside on the side of the garage? So quite clearly, they were trying to steer Brendan in their direction. Yes,
Yep.
and Tim is correct. Someone could have seen them, right? Bobby Dassey was home, right? There were people coming in and out all the time, right? So they didn't accept what Brendan said about shooting outside. But wait, it gets better. It gets better. So that's location number one. The investigator said, no way, we can't accept that. Look what Brendan said next. Shall we do the next slide, Jack 61? I could do Fassbender. Are you happy to do Wiegert, Jack? And Susan, are you happy to do Brendan?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell us where she was shot.
In the head.
No, I mean where? In the garage?
Oh.
Outside? In the house?
In the garage.
Okay.
Was she on the garage floor or was she in the truck?
In the truck.
Uh-huh. Come on. Now, where was she shot? Be honest here.
The truth.
In the garage.
Before she was put in the truck or after?
After.
So she's in the truck, and that's when he shoots her. Brendan nods. Yes. How many times? Pause. Remember, we got a number of shell casings. See, Susan?
Jeez.
See, I was correct. It was the shell casings. Remember, we got a number of shell casings that we found in the garage. I'm not going to tell you how many, but you need to tell me how many times about that she was shot. So now, can you see Brendan has moved from outside to inside, except he said, we shot Teresa Horbach in her RAV4.
In the truck, yep.
In the truck. Yeah. Now, notice what I've done. Notice how we go from 3 options to 2 options, and Brendan guessed incorrectly. They would be horrified because, guys, you've seen the pictures. Is there any evidence that Teresa Horbach was shot in the RAV4?
No.
Is there any blood spatter? High velocity blood spatter in the RAV4?
No.
0. So now, how did Brendan get that wrong? The reason why he got it wrong was because he was
Clueless.
Not there.
clueless, not there, guessing.
Yep.
So now they're going, oh shit. Okay, we got Brendan in the garage. We don't like the idea that he said that Teresa was shot in her RAV4 because we found no evidence. Clearly, Brendan's got no idea. He's never seen inside Teresa's RAV4, right? Why would he say we shot her in the RAV4? So now they have to ask him again. Hold on, as Thor got a comment.
There's this interesting note about the casings. At the trial, the prosecution only focused on the initial 11 found and never told the jury the total was actually 17.
That's correct.
I didn't even know that. I
Oh,
didn't know it
yes.
was 17.
Oh, yeah, don't worry. I've got it all. We're going to go through
Thanks,
it.
Doris.
They found more. They found more. but it's where they found them that was a real problematic, right? So you're 100% correct. So they're going, oh my God, we can't have that. We can't have Teresa Halbach being shot in a RAV4. That makes no sense at all. Clearly, Brendan had no idea. So now they ask him again. Should we have a look at the next slide?
I thought this comment from Thor's Clawhammer was interesting.
Yes.
Interesting note about the casings at the trials. The prosecution only focused on the initial 11 found and
Yes.
never told the jury the total was actually 17.
17. Correct. Because it made the story more complex. Right? You got like, what have you got? You got poor Teresa being shot like a machine gun. It became so ridiculous. They're going, oh bloody hell, we better just leave it to what Brendan said, shot 10 times. We don't care about the other shells, which made a mockery about how those shells were found in the first place.
No other bullets. No bullets in the fire pit. No bullets anywhere.
No dings in the concrete of bullets striking concrete.
Right.
So now they have to go, oh shit, how are we going to get Brendan to admit that she wasn't shot in the RAV4? So now they asked her again. We'll have the same readers. Okay. So location number 3. And was she in the back of the truck or the SUV that whole time that he shot her?
She was on the garage floor.
She was on the garage floor. Okay.
All right.
That makes sense. Now we believe you.
Okay.
Ding.
So notice what the investigators do, right? When Fassbender asks a question that whole time, what the hell did that mean?
Right.
To Brendan, he was probably thinking, is he thinking that we left Teresa Halbach in the RAV4 and we drove the RAV4 to the pit and she was in the RAV4? Goes, no, that the news reports didn't find Teresa in the RAV4. So he goes, she was on the garage. As soon as he said she was on the garage floor, what did we get in Fassbender do?
Ding. Check mark.
Ding, ding.
Now we believe you.
Now we believe you. So now the garage floor became the de facto location where they found where Teresa Halbach was shot. Would you agree? And also people in chat. They're happy with that.
Yes.
They're happy with that. They weren't happy with outside. They weren't happy with shot in the RAV4, but they're now happy with the garage. So now they set the goalposts, right? So if we have a look at the next slide, you can see what Fallon said. You can't have that rich of a detail unless you were there, unless you experienced it, unless you lived through it. The problem was this. I just showed you 2 examples. Him not knowing about the shooting in the head and him guessing about where Teresa Halbach, remember, their victim, he had no idea. So if you have a look, Jack 61, if you can scroll to the right, Brendan Dassey was simply guessing from the choices and the options given to him. Fassbender and Wiegert were steering him like a boat until they were happy with the answers that Brendan was giving. Jack?
Now we believe you.
Yeah.
Now we believe you.
That's exactly what they did. They let him down the garden path. And
it's so obvious. It's so obvious. I mean,
you saw it there. And I could have given you tons of examples, right, where Fassbender and Wiegert saying, we're going to walk out of here if you don't tell us the truth. That can't be right. That's not right. How the hell does Fassbender and Wiegert know what's right and wrong if Brendan was there living the experience? So the best quote ever, I think it was by a law professor who said, Brendan was continuously being led and fed. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what they did.
You need to put that on a mug and a T-shirt because that's exactly what this poor kid was being done. He was being led by leading questions and he was being fed critical information and the kid was guessing. He even told his mother, because that's what I do with my homework, Mum, I guess.
Well, I think it's really obvious. I think we all saw this a long time ago. They picked up on this right away. These investigators, that
Yep.
Brendan he just couldn't defend himself. He's trying to please these adults that are talking to him. That's just
Correct.
his nature. That's just who
Correct.
Brendan is.
He trusted people in authority, and he paid
Yes.
the ultimate price.
He did.
Right?
Thor's Clawhammer made a very interesting point. Craziest part of interrogators being adamant she wasn't shot in the RAV is that the RAV was the only place at that point that the victim's blood or any forensic trace of her had been found.
That's exactly right.
Correct. But the problem is, though, Thor's Clawhammer, was that the investigators knew there was no high velocity blood spatter, right? When you get shot, boom, you get microspray of blood. The investigators found no evidence of it. Even the blood spray that's on the back door, that's not high velocity gunfire. Okay, that's been bludgeoned, right? So what's happened to Teresa, and the state got it wrong, is that she was bludgeoned and placed in the back of her RAV. The evidence with the blood streak pattern indicates that Teresa was driven somewhere in the back of her RAV. Now, guys, think about Susan.
I have a question for you, Doc. And I think she was bludgeoned back there as well. That's what the evidence says. So if you think she was bludgeoned in the head, do you think she was still shot twice in the head as well?
That's what the cremain showed.
After the fact.
There could well be. It could well be. Because they asked the medical examiner, can you say for certain that she was alive or dead when she was shot? And he goes, no.
Is that why these other skull fragments are missing? Because they show the head getting cracked, her head getting cracked with
possibly
yes, a blunt and bloody object.
Possibly,
I don't,
yes.
That's speculation. I don't really talk about that much. That's because I don't want to create innuendo. However,
yes,
what you pointed out in the beginning of the podcast, a lot of her skull fragments are missing.
Oh, yes, correct. They can't reconstruct the skull. I was trying to find where she said it, where Eisenberg said they only found 35% of the skull. 35%.
That's a very small percentage.
Correct. And all the crowns of the teeth are gone. There are no crowns of the teeth.
Jawbone. The jawbone.
Correct. A huge proportion of the skull. Yeah. And remember the case that you were talking about the lady's husband being burnt in the burn pit? What did they recover whole? The skull.
The skull.
They recovered the skull whole. And that was all gone, all burnt, skin, everything. Yeah, they recovered the skull whole. In Teresa's case, where's the rest of the skull? This is horrific, right? So when they asked the medical examiner, do you know, was she shot before or after she was killed? He goes, I don't know. But he also made a fundamental mistake, right? So why would Brendan and Stephen shoot Teresa Horbach, pick her up, put her in the RAV4 if their intention was to put her in the burn pit, which was what, 10 yards away?
It makes no sense.
And what are they going to do? Drive her to the pond, and they're going to put her in a pond, and her body floats up. And the brother and the brothers and the public are out walking around. And imagine from an air surveillance done on November the 4th. Holy shit, that looks like a body floating in the pond. I think we better go there and investigate. Come on. That's the most bizarre thing I've ever heard in my life, right? So
the entire crime as described by Frats is a joke.
It did not take place in the trailer or the garage.
No.
It didn't.
It did not involve Brendan at all. So the important thing is now, we're now doing part 2 of this presentation. We're now going to look at the investigation that happened in the garage. Remember, the trailer was a bust. you know, right? A lot of the reports written by CASO, they're not the best. Would you guys agree, Jack and Susan? A lot of the reports are very sketchy, lack of detail, a
Some of them are
disaster.
absolute disaster. Some of them are so wrong. Syphil was bad. He got one of his completely wrong
Yep.
from a date standpoint, and from what we know, he said in radio and phone calls, completely wrong. And there are others too that are really horrible too.
Yep. Now, the most detailed report I've ever read, apart from when they found the key, because that was written after the fact, you could tell that not even they believed the finding of the key, was the searching of the garage. I've never seen a report like this, and we're going to go through it very quickly. So Jack 61, this is part 2 of the presentation. So if we have a look at the next slide, the investigators now go, you beauty. Brendan told us the playbook. He told us where Teresa Horbach was shot and killed in the garage. That means we have to now find forensic evidence of homicidal violence by gunshot. Why? Because Brendan told us, hey, him and Stephen, they shot Teresa 10 times, up to 10 times. There's got to be forensic evidence in that garage that we missed on November the 6th, right? So they got a new search warrant. Remember, guys, as soon as Brendan got arrested, what did we do? Remember, don't sign, don't serve, because they were adding more detail to the search warrant, right? And Judge Willers signed the search warrant, I think, at 4 o'clock. So as soon as Brendan got arrested, boom, they had the search warrant. They went back in the trailer. They went back in the garage. This photograph was taken March the 1st, right? There's a video, Hembry's got it, that showed the searching of the garage. And this is a photograph that shows when they open the door. You can see there's no Suzuki Samurai, there's no Skidoo. But guys, you can see all the stuff is still in the garage. No one shifted anything. Guys, would you agree?
Well, the cars are different.
The car, yeah, somebody's working on a different car. But look at all the stuff that's around the perimeter. It's all there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All
a lot
there.
of snow. Yeah.
And yep, a lot of snow. So now the investigators are going, can we find evidence of homicidal violence? Gunshot. Can we find evidence? Remember, the first time they went in there, even with luminol spray of the western wall, they found no blood spatter, right? So now, could they find evidence of homicidal violence? Now, if we have a look at the next slide, I want to read this out, and we can do a paragraph each. Kratz asked Heimerl, right? This is in Stephen Avery's trial. This is to prove to you how intensive that search was. Remember, Brendan told them everything. They're going, oh, it's like a kid in a candy store. Now they had to find the evidence. So, Susan, are you happy to read the question, which is Kratz? And the response of Heimerl, we can do a paragraph each. Okay.
And so that I can allow you to completely explain that process, describe this search. How thorough was this search of this garage?
Jack 61, you want to do the first paragraph?
Sure. If you recall from the first photograph, the overview photograph of the interior of the garage, the majority of the contents of the garage was around the exterior perimeter of the garage along the walls. And that included a couple of snowmobiles, which would have then have multiple tools and boxes and items just stacked on top of the snowmobiles. And there were chests, there were containers, there were large items of equipment.
Susan?
And basically started in the northeast corner of the garage and began to remove items, look at them, turn them over, look inside them, examine them visually to see if there was any obvious sign of some type of potential trace.
Which is what they didn't do the first time, right? Okay,
Right.
we can have the next page. You want to
Trace
continue?
evidence. some type of trace evidence on them or biological evidence.
Okay, I'll go read the next part. And it would be set down out of the way. We would move to the next item, whether it was large or small, whether it was in a box. If it was in a box, you would open the box and remove everything from it. And it was a very slow process. And we worked south along the east wall and continued around until we finished the garage late in the day on the 2nd. Susie, you want to read the question?
Looking again at exhibit number 265, are you telling this jury that every one of those items, in fact, around the entire perimeter, and in fact, in the middle of the garage, was handled by law enforcement and examined?
Virtually every item, yes.
Now, don't you find that freakish that the first time the investigators go in the garage, they don't touch anything? They just
And they found all the shell casings, right? And they
On the
found
ground.
blood.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
found blood. But
But
now,
they didn't thoroughly examine everything.
Nope. So now they're going, oh shit. Teresa Hallbach was shot in this garage 10 times, up to 10 times, twice in the skull. They're not stupid. These are law enforcement officers. These are investigators. They know what it means. It means high velocity blood spatter, correct?
Yes.
Correct? Spraying
Yep.
everywhere. They're going, oh, we're going to find it. These guys are done. These guys are actually done. So now, yeah, don't worry, Pete. We're going to go through. We're going to go through this piece by piece. Which officer actually found item FL? Don't worry, you're going to love this one. So now, if we look at the next page, I'm going to quickly go through this. I'm not going to read the whole lot. It's no point. This was they executed the search warrant, and they checked Stephen Avery's garage in 2 days, March the 1st and March the 2nd. This was the same day that Brendan got questioned and arrested. So they went inside the garage and videotaped the garage entry. They walked around the whole perimeter. They took a lot of photographs. They started putting down tents and circles. Basically, nobody touched anything in that garage. The original circles were still in the garage, right? So now, Jack61, if you scroll up a little bit, you can see that what the investigators did was they started documenting all the items and the things that they took. Look at what they took. They took the blackjack creeper. Remember what Brendan said? They used the blackjack creeper to carry out a bleeding, naked Teresa Hallbach. So they confiscated the blackjack creeper. They took a plastic jug that said a clean strip paint thinner, and they started putting down evidence markers. And notice they even documented every location where everything was that they took. You know why? Why do you think they were so thorough with this? Why? What are you hoping they're going to find?
Blood spatter.
Something.
Yep. Evidence that Kratz, Fallon could put in front of the judge, put in front of the jury and say, done, they're done. We found the evidence. So they're being meticulous with everything. So if we have a look at the next slide, Jack61, we can go through this rather quickly. I don't want to bore everyone. So they wrote down all the evidence markers, all the locations. Lo and behold, there's item 3. On March the 1st, they find evidence marker number 9, which is a bullet fragment. Don't worry, I'll show you a picture. That's item FK. But look at this, Susan. Look what they start finding now. Brass shell casings. They find more shell casings. But you know where they found them? Where the vehicles were, underneath the vehicles.
Oh,
Underneath the ride-on, the ride-on lawnmower, the one that was in the corner, because they emptied the garage. They're finding brass shell casings there. They're going, they must have been thinking, how the hell did these shell casings get underneath these vehicles? That's why
how did they miss them the first time? I mean, come on.
That's why they never talked about it during the court, because what did Stephen say? He goes, look, when I used to cut the lawn, I had to pick up the shell casings and just throw them in my garage. They found these shell casings randomly in the garage, which is exactly what backs up with what Brendan and Stephen were saying, right? Had nothing to do with the shooting of anybody. And Roland Johnson said, I used to fire my gun everywhere around the garage, 3,000 times. And sometimes a bullet cartridge, spent shell casings, will fly into the garage, right? And so now they're finding extra shell casings, right? It just became more complex. But look what they did next, guys. At 9:46, the Manitowoc County Highway Department comes in with jackhammers, right? And they jackhammer the concrete in 16 chunks, and they collect each chunk in a separate bucket. So they jackhammered a whole strip of concrete. Now you might be thinking, why would they do that? Why would they jackhammer the concrete? Anybody got an answer? Anybody in chat?
He did something.
Yeah. Well, it was from what they are alleging Kayla was saying was the truth, that blood was coming up from the concrete.
Yep, except if you actually read the transcripts, Kayla wasn't talking about Stephen Avery's garage. She was talking about Chuck's workshop. She wasn't talking about Stephen Avery's garage. I couldn't believe it when I read it.
See how they flip-flop that?
Huh? Sorry, Jack 61?
Sorry, see how they flip-flop that?
Yep. So now, if we look at the second page, it explains why they jackhammered the garage in that location. Susan, are you happy to read out what's in yellow, marked in yellow?
Sure. The concrete flooring was collected near a crack in the flooring. An arrow was drawn to point to the crack line in the floor, in which investigators believe substances or cleaning substances may have fallen into.
Okay, so they're going, all right, Brendan said they used gasoline, paint thinner, and bleach to clean up the stain, and we think the stain was blood, Teresa's blood. So they're thinking, oh my God, everything got funneled into the cracks. So therefore, guys, would you agree? You'll have a high concentration of blood, high concentration of bleach, paint, gasoline. Who knows what's in that crack, correct?
That's right.
So, yep. So look what they did. They jackhammered an area 18 inches wide and 5 inches thick, right?
Jesus.
These guys were hell-bent on finding damning forensic evidence against Brendan, against Stephen. Surely they must be thinking, wait a minute, if Teresa was shot 10 times, twice in the skull, man, we're going to find evidence here. Brain matter, blood, biological material, bone fragments, we're going to find it. So they hammered the concrete, Jack 61.
Oh, no, I was just agreeing with you. They're looking and thinking to themselves, we're going to find it.
They're going, you beauty. We got him.
That's right.
We got him. They come back the next day.
Now,
March
did they got FL, right, on the first search?
Nope.
No?
On the second
Nope.
day, March the
Second
2nd. On the first day, they find item FK, right? And Heimerl found it. And Heimerl goes, oh, I was just looking and I saw, oh, that looks like a bullet. They missed it on November the 6th, right? Heimerl found it within minutes of walking in the garage. He goes, how'd you find it? I just looked on the ground.
So,
Didn't he say that he thought it was a nail or something that was flattened out?
That is a nail head, correct.
so they looked at every single item, but they didn't move the air compressor on the first day?
The second day. Not until the second day.
day.
So
Yes,
they
right.
jackhammered before they moved everything out and checked everything.
Well, they started moving stuff out, but here's the tricky bit. Do you think jackhammering concrete will cause vibration?
Well,
Absolutely.
yeah, big time.
Do you think it'll cause concrete dust?
Huge
Hell
amount of
yes.
dust.
When did they find Ida Phil? On March
March the 2nd.
which is the day after they jackhammered the ground.
Jackhammered
Jack
the
Henry.
night
Just-
before.
Just think about that.
Why
Keep
the
that-
hell would they jackhammer before they had gone through every single item in that garage?
They were so hell bent in proving that Teresa's blood was in the concrete that they just went straight for it. They never systematically took everything out and then jackhammered.
Well,
Jackhammered on the
they
first
had
day.
started, but they had started doing that, as
Yes.
was in the report, right?
Yes, that's correct. They started on the eastern side and
Southeast
went
corner.
around. Yes,
Yeah.
and then went around. So they never
Northeast corner.
completely emptied everything. And I'm going to prove it to you. It's the biggest mind fuck you ever would think. They jackhammered the floor before they found IMFL. Now, think about vibration and on walls. Remember, later on we'll show you, what did IMFL likely strike? Wood.
Oh, the wood particle board in the walls of the garage.
Yeah.
And is
I
it
think it
possible? Is it
vibrated
possible
out.
that the jackhammering vibrated the walls and it dropped down, fell to the ground?
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay, so now they continue on day 2. Guys, what happens on March the 2nd? What does Pagel and Kratz do on March the 2nd?
Press conference.
Press conference. So now you see the news media reports. All the law enforcement are back in the garage and in Stephen's trailer, and they're showing all this report. And Kratz, what does Kratz read out? He reads out what allegedly happened to Teresa Horbach, the horror story. They're going, oh my God. So now they're back in the garage, jackhammer the concrete. Now they start collecting all these items. Have a look at what they collected. Now, they collected the gas cans. Look how much they wrote about a gas can. Have you ever seen anything like that?
It's
Look what they
ridiculous.
wrote. It is instead of saying, "Are we property tag H611 gas can?" Look at all the stuff they wrote, because they thinking, "You beauty, we got them. We're going to find evidence. They're a goner. We're going to present this in court. They're finished."
Yep.
So now look at the detail that they write about a gas can. If we have a look at the next page, Jack 61, we can do this quickly. But you can go to CASO if you want to read it in full. So you can see they now, if we have a look at the next page, they get, I'll just wait till the next page comes up. Yep. Do you have the next page, Jack 61?
What did I do?
B7.
Okay.
Yep. No, no hassles. We can wait. Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
What the hell's going on?
No, not at all. So look at this. Look how much they wrote about a paint thinner can. So everything that Brendan said, they meticulously detailed, because they're thinking, oh my God, they used all these containers. They must have blood on their hands. They're holding these containers. Oh, we're going to do presumptive tests. We're going to find blood. They're goners. So they get the gas can, paint in the can. They get a paring knife, right? They start looking at debris piles. Look at this, Susan. They find even more brass shell casings all over the place, underneath the vehicles, underneath the ride-on lawnmower. These are the things that the first searchers all missed, right? They start finding red stains. They get a silver box cutter. They're getting anything that is a cutting instrument, right? They're getting all these item numbers. Susan.
It blows my mind that in November, when they found all those shell casings, they didn't look under everything to see if there were more shell casings. I
No.
mean, what the fuck?
No.
What kind of investigation is that?
But you know what the excuse was? It was only a cursory look.
Oh, please.
We're looking for a body.
Ah.
We're looking for a body.
No, that's after body. They found blood drops
Yes.
on the floor.
Right.
They found
Right.
all those stains. They, you know,
And they
They
tracked shit
were picking
everywhere.
up shell casings. Why wouldn't they look for more shell casings underneath everything?
Why didn't they put crime scene tape around the garage?
Yeah, why didn't they?
That's right.
There's no proof of any crime scene.
That's correct. So now, if we look at the next page, Jack 61, I think it's a B8. So they're taking all these items from the garage. They are leaving no stone unturned. This is the best one. One pair of yellow work gloves with what appeared to be pubic hair.
Wow.
What the hell? Right? So now they start collecting hair fiber, stains. If you just lift it up a little bit, Jack 61, but boom, here's the jackpot. Item 19, evidence marker 23A, the bullet fragment. That's item FL. Look who's right next to item FL. Remica. Look who's collecting all the evidence. Remica.
What's he doing there?
Exactly. Remica. This is in March. They start collecting hair fibers, red substances, even more brass shell casings. They take a fluorescent light fixture, portion of a yardstick, right? I'll be interested. Have you guys read this? And were people in chat aware of all of this, of what they did in the garage?
I have, but it's been probably three or 4 years at least. Yeah, it's been years since I've read this.
I had no idea they found a pubic hair on it.
Well, I suspected pubic hair. So,
well, and everyone, please remember, Hamrel took 85 photos.
Oh yeah,
between March 1st and 2nd of the garage that I'm still waiting on.
Yep,
they won't let me have them yet.
I wonder why. I wonder why. So if we have a look at the next slide, Jack 61, right? These guys are leaving no stone unturned. They even took the carpet cleaner and Prevail cleanser. They looked at some more. Anything that had a stain on it, they took. They took possible hair fibers. And again, who is the guy collecting all the evidence? Remica. MTSO. He's back in there. He's back in there. Remica, there was Lenk in there as well. Remica, during the trial testimony, said, Lenk was in there as well. So they collect all these stains. And I think, Jack 61, we got one more page.
So did Steyer also go on the second?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Steyer was there.
There was about 4 or 5 people in that garage, and they moved everything. Right, this is a report by Steyer. So I think he was the note taker, taking note of everything that they removed. So guys, in total, they collected 37 items from the garage. They jackhammered the concrete into 16 pieces, collected 16 white buckets full of the concrete, but they found 2 bullet fragments, item FL and item FK. So who is impressed by that? You can't say that they didn't do a proper, thorough investigation. Who would agree with that? They tore the place apart.
They did. Huh? I mean, it's 4 months late. It's 4 months late, but yeah.
No concrete test on FL.
Yeah, we have this. We have that Jacob's video tape in the library.
Yeah,
I've seen that.
Yep. Yeah. So if we go to the next slide, I'm going to show you where the bullet fragments were found. So this is a photograph taken by Heimrel on March the 1st. If you have a look at tent number 9, which is right at the front, that's item FK. And he said he found that when he walked in the garage, looked at the ground, he found it in the concrete crack, right?
It did kind of look like a nail head.
Flat.
Yeah.
Flat, but he got it. He picked it up because it was left. Remember, now they are paranoid. They're looking for anything that looks like a bullet, anything that looks like a shell casing. Because Brendan said, we shot Teresa Orbach in the garage, on the floor, 10 times. So they're looking for everything. Now notice in the back, the green compressor. and there's the toolbox right in front on the floor.
Still there.
Compressor. Still, that belongs to Stephen. Doesn't belong to law enforcement, because that picture, you can actually see the toolbox there on November the 6th. That all belong to law enforcement. So notice the concrete hasn't been jackhammered yet. But if Jack 61 zooms out a little bit, you'll see the ride-on lawnmower. Now notice where the ride-on lawnmower is. Remember what Brendan said? That's where Teresa Hallbach's blood was, behind the ride-on lawnmower, right? So if we look at the next picture, this is what Heimrul found in the ground. See that? That's item FK. He found it. It looks like nothing, correct? But these guys were hyper vigilant. They're going, take anything that looks suspicious that could be used in homicidal violence. And he goes, it looked like a flattened head of a nail, right? There's item FK right there. But when Culhane examined it, when the bullet examiner looked at it, they found no DNA on FK. Item FK could not be linked to any specific rifle. Item FK is a dud. Agree? They can't link it to Teresa Hallbach. They can't link it to a gun. It's a dud.
That's
correct?
Right. That's right.
I would guess that Culhane washed it, right?
Yep, did the same thing.
Yeah.
Did the same thing. Could find no DNA. Now, look at the next picture, guys. You're going to love this one. So in the trial, this is March the 2nd. See that picture on the left? See the blackjack creeper? That's the one that allegedly they took Teresa Hallbach out on to take her to the burn pit. Did they find any forensic evidence on that blackjack creeper?
No.
Nope.
None. Have a look at the green compressor, where it is. And have a look what's in front of the green compressor, the toolkit. Right? So they asked Heimrul, what did you do? How did you find this bullet? And he goes, I got on my hands and knees with a torch. I checked underneath the compressor and I found a bullet, right? But notice, just zoom out a little bit, Jack 61. In the trial, you go from that item number on the left immediately to the one on the right. There are no pictures in between. That's what Heimrul's got, Jack 61.
What do you mean, Doc?
When they talk about the finding of item FL, it jumps from the picture on the left, and the next item that they put up is the one on the right.
They don't show removing all that stuff.
They show none of the removal. Now, isn't that interesting?
It is.
They show none of the removal, what they did to remove all that stuff and what they found and documented. Nothing. Have a look who's sitting on their knees, who's on their knees in front of item FL.
Remaker and Dettering.
And Deedring. And they were identified by Heimrul.
Can you zoom in on the wood panel, the wall? I was just looking for bullet holes.
Yeah. Don't worry.
I see some nail holes, but it's at the seam here. But
in MAM 2, when Zona went back in the garage, she found bullet holes. She found them.
Yeah, she did.
Right? She found them, which is very,
on the west side. Yeah,
which is very interesting. So now they find item FL, but they don't know anything about it yet, right? They isolated it and they bring it to the crime lab. Now have a look at the next picture. The next picture is a cartoon, which is very interesting. It shows you the two locations of FK and FL. Notice they're on opposite sides.
Yeah.
Just like the garage, isn't it?
Yeah, you notice how there's a lot of stuff missing in that cartoon?
Oh, yeah.
Everything. It's as though Moses has parted the waters and you got the bullet sitting on the ground. They notice how they took away the toolbox in front of the green compressor?
They did.
Right? Now, in convicting a murderer, Tom Fassbender tried to explain the trajectory of FL.
My
Did he do the
God.
same thing with FK?
Oh my God.
Did he try and do the same with FK, which is right at the front of the garage? Why didn't he try and explain the trajectory of, in other words, how did FK get in
Right?
there?
He couldn't work that one out. There's no way. I
No.
mean, it would look so stupid.
Yep.
I mean, it was bad enough what they did anyway, and Sean allowed that to be put in
Yep.
that series, but
Yeah,
they
it's
didn't touch FK.
no, it's laughable. So now you've got rid of one bullet. It's got no connection to the crime at all. But here's the kicker, and Jack 61 and Susan has already said it. Item FL, if somehow was involved in the murder of Teresa Halbach, was sitting on a concrete floor, including concrete dust, and all the environmental elements for 123 days.
And had no dust on it.
No. Let me tell you now, I checked. A lot of elements in a garage on the floor inhibit PCR. It kills the enzyme. It kills the enzyme. It won't work. Culhane was able to get a robust DNA profile from the bullet sitting on the floor for 123 days in the hot and the cold in dust.
But
Don't
no
believe
blood.
it. I don't.
No
I
blood.
just don't. I can't.
So this is interesting. Nan's Life says that paneling isn't part of the garage wall. It's propped against the wall. So now I want to see that initial photograph.
The one
See
before.
if that paneling is there. That first one with the snow in front and
There's a paneling.
oh, it is back there.
Yeah, there's a paneling. Correct. Yeah, in MAM 2, Zilna actually showed photos of bullet holes going straight through. And there's no doubt, I think we all know who fired Item FL. It was Roland Johnson. I don't think he was shooting at Teresa, right? He shot all over the place, right? So it's interesting that
Wait,
now you've got...
Go back one, Jack. Sorry, Doc.
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
Did you need me to zoom in, or you wanted to look at something else?
What is that brown piece of wood next to the toolbox?
Hard to tell. Hard to tell.
Which photo? The one on the right?
Like with the paneling. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
I don't know.
Because remember, they took a lot of the stuff, a lot of the debris off that was there. It could be stuff that had fallen to the ground. You don't know. That's why you need the intermediate photographs, right? So they put the ruler down there. They took a photograph of Item FL, and it went off for processing. But it's interesting that in the garage, right, if we have a look at the next picture, the question is this, guys, where are the other 8 additional bullets?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Bullets? They're not. Did any bullets get recovered in the burn pit?
No.
No. Here's another one. Were there any other bone fragments that were found that had any evidence of a bullet strike?
A beveling? No.
No. Mm-mm. No.
So this is interesting, right? You know, the body's got a lot of bones, etc., etc. They found no other evidence. But remember, about 60% of her skeletal remains, no one knows where they are, right? So we don't know where the other 8 bullets allegedly are, but it's interesting that I don't know how Culhane was able to extract DNA from Item FL with a bullet that was sitting on dust in a garage in that type of environment, bacteria, fungi, you name it. All of these destroyed DNA. But what did they say? What did they say that Brendan and Stephen were doing? They were spreading what? Bleach? What does bleach do to DNA? It destroys DNA. But how did the DNA of Teresa survive on the bullet?
Only the right kind of bleach. destroys
I
DNA.
think she contaminated it.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah,
my
talk
personal belief.
Put her in the garage.
correct. Here's problem number one. If you look at the next picture, this they didn't want to talk about. Remember this photograph here that was taken on November the 6th, right? You see those tents, those 8 tents? They're droplets of suspect blood. And see where the piece of wood is in circles? They're shell casings. They didn't put a tent number on them.
Look at number 16. That looks right by FK.
Yeah, yep, correct. So, but they didn't see FK the first time round. Here's problem number one. Jack 61, you could see that there's a trail, droplets of blood directly behind the ride-on lawnmower. Colhane, remember, found 6 out of 10 samples. Whose DNA was it and whose blood did it belong to? Stephen. Have a look at the next picture, which is a blow up of some of those tents. You can, if you blow it up, you can clearly see that looks like a droplet of blood. You can see the microsatellites when blood, when you drop a fluid, it sprinkles. You can see the little tiny spots. You see that white object right next to, you know what I reckon that is? That's the swab. That's a swab from the kit. You have a look at the head of the swab. What color is it?
I don't think that's a swab, Doc.
What do you think that is? It's on near all the blood samples.
It almost looks like a piece of wire, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. My hypothesis is that that's the stick used for presumptive test.
Could be.
Because just
it doesn't have a blob of cotton on the end.
Yeah, it depends on what type.
Yeah, that's true. It depends on what type. Some have a
what type of sample it is.
Yeah,
swab.
Some of them are shaped weird, Susan. I've seen some odd ones.
Yep.
Do they bend like that?
Oh, it's just flexible, right? You don't know what. Remember, they got it out of their car. It's not from the crime lab. They got it from their car, right? So it's interesting that you see those with the red color on the top near a lot of the blood samples, right? But there's another one. See that? When they take a swab, they test it with phenolphthalein to see if it turns pink. But you don't know. It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
My point is this.
It's a low quality photo.
Yeah. My point is this. Here's the problem. Why would there be blood on the ground if Stephen and Brendan cleaned up the garage floor? There wouldn't be.
Yeah. No.
Correct.
What's even more damning is how did Stephen Avery's DNA survive if they used bleach on the garage floor? So now the investigators, the first time round, they swabbed, they found all this suspect blood. It all came back to Stephen. They never found Teresa Horbach's DNA or blood in the garage. So that's a big problem. If they're cleaning the garage, how could Stephen's blood and DNA survive? And the answer is there was no extensive cleaning of the garage. There couldn't have been, not with bleach. Guys, would you agree?
Yeah, I'll just say that, if Teresa had been in there and she had bled and they cleaned it up, it could be in an area where Stephen's blood was in a different area. You know what I'm saying? Like they didn't clean the entire garage floor.
Except that blood is right behind the ride-on lawnmower.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Some of the blood spots are right behind the ride-on lawnmower. And to make matters worse, let's have a look at the next slide. Where did the investigators decide to jackhammer the concrete? Was it behind the ride-on lawnmower? Oh, no. They decided they were going to jackhammer in the crack because their hypothesis, down the middle, their hypothesis was, maybe everything flowed in. So if everything flowed in, would you agree that if you sprayed with luminol, that thing would have lit up like a Christmas tree? because all the stuff would have concentrated in. Would you agree?
Sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Except they never got that. So they jackhammer the concrete on March the 1st before they find item FL. And they jackhammered about 15 feet of concrete right up the crack on either side. And remember, I think it was 18 inches wide, 5
Yes.
inches deep, and they got
Yeah.
16 buckets. Guys, have a look at the next photo. We're nearly coming to the last part of the presentation, guys. Is everybody happy to still keep on going?
Oh, absolutely.
Sure. I just have
Awesome.
to laugh at that first picture.
So
He
now,
looks like he's at a kid's birthday party. Sorry.
oh yeah, with like a party hat. So
Yeah.
now, I've never seen as many photographs of concrete as what the investigators took. Stack of them. They took pictures of everything. They never took any photos of the burn pit with cremains
Right.
or photographs of Cuss Road, but yet they went overboard with the concrete. There's
They
about 30, 40 photographs of concrete pieces.
Yep.
Why?
And they
You know
found
why?
nothing.
Because they
Well,
thought they were going to get Eureka Gold and nail Stephen and Brendan on
That's right.
Brendan's narrative. So they examined every piece of concrete using special lights. And if you look on the right-hand side, top right-hand side, they even blue star stained the concrete. And don't worry, I'll explain all of that. As soon as I saw this, I thought, oh my God, these guys are serious.
Oh, yeah.
They are looking for
They're not
blood.
in on it. They're not in on it.
they are looking for blood. They sprayed all the concrete. They used special lights. They were looking for any evidence of homicidal violence. Have a look at the fine detail on the bottom right-hand corner of what they're doing. They're examining fibers, small pieces of concrete. They sprayed everything with Blue Star. So if we have a look at what Blue Star is, Jack 61, we look at the next picture. Blue Star is exactly like luminol. You just scroll up a little bit. Blue Star is just another form of luminol. You can buy it from a company, and it does exactly the same things. It chemiluminescence. It brightly fluoresces. So these guys are thinking, if Teresa's blood is there and it seeped through the concrete, the Blue Star staining is going to pick it up. But remember, Blue Star and luminol and phenolphthalein are presumptive tests. They're not definitive tests. They do not prove, they're not confirmatory tests. They do not prove that there's blood there. You have to do further analysis. Guys, would you agree?
Yep.
Absolutely.
So these guys are going crazy, spraying everything with Blue Star. Look at the next picture. This would have got them very excited. Very excited. Here is Blue Star chemiluminescence or luminescence of one of those concrete pieces. Remember, Susan, in that murder trial when they sprayed the machine, they got the bright spot?
Yep.
Look at this. The concrete pieces are lighting up. Not all of them. Some of them lit up. They're going, oh my God, we struck gold.
Yeah.
That's got to be Teresa's blood. Oh my God.
Yep.
We found evidence of what Brendan said is true. So what they did, guys, have a look at the next picture. They did an incredible documentation of every concrete piece. There's a big DCI report, and I'll read it out just the top bit of why they sprayed everything with Blue Star. I'll read it. This was done in anticipation of later swabbing those surface areas for subsequent analysis for the presence of blood and or DNA, right? So they're doing all the right things, nothing wrong, spraying all the spots that come up. They're going, shit, that's got to be Teresa's blood. We're going to swab it. We're going to do a DNA prep. And if we find her DNA in that concrete, then would you agree, guys? Party over. Party over.
Oh, absolutely.
Party over. Jack 61, if you raise up the picture, look at all the investigators that were looking at concrete. Susan, you want to read their names out? These are all the people that were looking at concrete pieces.
Hawkins, Poggle, Uyghur,
Sablich.
Oh, it's over there. Fassbender, Sablich, Reamer, Foyt, Hawkins, Dietering. Jesus.
Tell me, and also people in chat, how many of those people were at Stephen's burn pit looking at cremains?
None.
Zero.
None of them.
Reamer might have showed up later after the fact, but I can't remember. No, I don't think he was there.
Was Fassbender and Uyghur there?
No.
Was Pagel and Diedring there?
Nope.
Nope.
No. So now all these guys show up thinking, we got him, we nailed him. It's got to be her blood. Oh my God, what Brendan said was true.
Yep.
All these investigators were looking at concrete pieces. I think it went over a day, like all day. We're now going into our final part of the presentation. The next part, this is devastating. If you're the state, this is devastating. Jack 61, are you happy to read Buting? And Susan, are you happy to read Colhane, which is the answer?
Yeah.
All right. Buting. It's your understanding that law enforcement actually took a jackhammer into this garage and tore up the concrete chunks, right?
That was my understanding.
And they did that because they thought, well, if the victim had been killed here, perhaps her blood would have soaked into those cracks, right?
I assume so.
And so this crack was divided into a bunch of different concrete chunks that were later sent to you.
The swabs from the chunks were, yes.
Okay. I apologize. The swabs from the chunks. And in your December report, there was actually, my gosh, almost 3 full pages of swabs, right? 49 from the concrete pieces.
49 swabs.
Wow. Correct.
Did you find Teresa Halbach's DNA on any of those swabs?
No, I did not.
You did find Mr. Avery's DNA on one of them, though, right? Item IY.
Correct. Correct.
Imagine.
All that work.
Imagine all that analysis, concrete, jackhammering, swabbing, documenting,
9
for zero. 49 swabs, and I read Colhane's report. It was a bust. And how embarrassing that the person's DNA that you find is Stevens. This is so bad. You got no idea. Because again, how does Stevens' DNA survive a bleach bath? And the answer is can't. So these guys were trying to prove something that turned out to be a bust. But furthermore, their analysis showed that the only DNA and blood they were finding was the freaking owner of the garage and the trailer, Stephen.
Yep.
Right? They went through the entire protocol. They're looking for Teresa's blood in the trailer. It comes up a bust. They find
almost 50 swabs.
50 freaking swabs done of the concrete pieces. Yeah. Everything that lit up with the Blue Star, they would have swabbed. Let's do a DNA prep. And they got zero. And to make matters worse,
by Colhane.
All by Colhane. And to make matters worse, who do they find? They find Stephen. So now they're going, oh my God, We've just gone into the garage. We've torn it up. We've gone inside Stephen's trailer. We've torn it up.
Nothing.
And found nothing.
So now they're going, what the hell have we got? Look what they got. We have a look at the next picture. This is the final part of the presentation, guys. I apologize for going for so long. Out of everything they did, imagine hundreds of hours, hundreds of items processed. The only thing they got is item fill. Now, do you understand why, under no circumstances, can they toss out item fill as evidence? Do you now understand?
Absolutely.
That's all they had. That's all they had.
course.
That's all they had. They're going, shit, we found nothing in the trailer. We found nothing between the trailer and the garage. We found nothing in the freaking garage except one bullet. So what they do is they give the bullet to Culhane, but she doesn't process the bullet immediately. A whole period of time goes by, and then she processes it, and she finds...
Did she process the cement immediately? The
That I
swabs?
don't know. It's all in one of the reports that she did. There's a whole heap of pages and pages of swabs and control swabs and all that sort of stuff. But she never processed item fill immediately. It was like almost like 2 weeks went by before she processed it, which makes you think, where the bloody hell was that bullet, right? So now, Fallon and Kratz think, my God, we got nothing, but we got item fill. So now they've got to convince a jury. How do we convince a jury that Teresa was shot and killed with item fill? They got nothing else. They got no high velocity blood spatter. They got no biological material of Teresa, either in the trailer, between the trailer and the garage, and in the garage. But oh my God, thank God. Praise the Lord for Culhane. She found item fill and it contained Teresa Hallbach's DNA. We're saved. So have a look how Fallon sells the argument. This is in Brendan's trial. This is a part of the closing argument. Guys, are we happy to read it in paragraphs? We're in the final part now.
Sure.
Okay. Jack, you want to go first?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Fallon. Teresa Hallbach was shot in the garage. How do we know? Well, remember, there was a search warrant that was issued shortly after the defendant gave his statement. His confession. We have bullet fragments from a .22 caliber. We have shell casings, 11 shell casings. Shell casings that were discharged from this weapon. Bullets discharged from this weapon. A .22 caliber Marlin Glenfield rifle. The very rifle that hung on the rack in Stephen Avery's bedroom. The very rifle that fired the bullet, which was found right there. And bullet number 23 found in the garage. The bullet with the profile of Teresa Hallbach. Her DNA is on that bullet.
Susan?
Now, let's think about that for a minute. That rifle was effectively seized by 11 a.m. on Saturday, November 5th, when the SUV was discovered on that property, because law enforcement had control of those premises. It was collected into evidence the next day, Sunday, the 6th, as the testimony revealed.
I'll read the next bit. Okay. Now, that gun is the only gun that could have fired the bullet with Teresa Hallbach's DNA on it. All right? Well, we know Teresa Hallbach was alive on Monday morning. We know she was alive on Monday afternoon. So that bullet with her DNA had to have been fired from that gun between Monday afternoon, October 31st, and Saturday, the 5th. Because How else does that bullet get in that garage with her DNA on it? Jack?
The bullet gets there because it comes from the gun of Stephen Avery, from the shots fired by Stephen Avery, that only this man, the defendant, knows. He told us she was shot 10 times. That's pretty close. As we say, we have 11 cartridges.
17.
She was shot. She was shot with a 22 caliber rifle. We have a 22 caliber rifle.
And what else did we find in the search? More ammunition, 22 caliber long rifle magazine, mini mags found in the trailer of Stephen Avery.
I'll read this. Okay. Teresa Horbach, now notice the wording. Teresa Horbach was shot in the head twice. She was shot on the left side of the head. How do we know that? Well, we have two bits of information. Dr. Leslie Eisenberg, the forensic anthropologist, told you that she examined the cranial fragments and found not one, but two fragments that showed internal beveling, consistent with a projectile, consistent with bullet entry wounds to the left side of the head. Remember, the parietal bone and into the back of the head, the occipital bone. There's an example of the cranial damage to the parietal bone right there, a bullet entrance wound.
X-rays. Remember the testimony of Mr. Olson? There's an X-ray from the parietal. That's the inside picture. Traces of elemental lead. Well, lead comes from bullets. There's the parietal and the occipital, left side of the head and back side.
Okay, so you can see what Fallon's doing. He's linking item FL to the death of Teresa Horbach. Make no mistake. Would you guys agree?
Absolutely.
That's all they got. They got nothing else. They're going, oh my God, we've got to use item FL. Item FL is the instrument causing death. But then, here's the problem. You've got two trials going on here, guys. You got Stephen's and Brendan's. You got bits of information. Some are discussed in Brendan's, some are discussed in Stephen's. It's all over the place.
Yep.
That's why they couldn't have Brendan tried together with Stephen, because the jury would have heard all of this at once, at one sitting. Correct? It would have been a nightmare. So now, look what they asked Olson. He's the guy that examined the bullet, right? So, Jack, are you happy to read Buting? And Susan, are you happy to read the answer, which is Olson? Olson is the one that did the elemental analysis, right? Have a look what happens here.
Okay, Buting. Do you know what item FL is in your lab?
No, I do not.
Shit.
Wow.
Well, there's been evidence. The jury has heard that item FL has been identified and talked about quite a bit here as an alleged bullet fragment. Right. Okay. You'll accept that?
I will accept that, yes.
Okay. You were not given item FL to go to do any examination of?
No, I was not.
What the hell?
Yeah.
So you didn't test the chemical composition of item FL?
No, I did not.
No trace analysis done on item FL.
Yep.
So you cannot say that the trace items of lead that you saw in either one of these two cranial fragments came from item FL. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Holy
Wow.
shit.
Was that lost on the jury completely?
Completely. They had no idea what they were talking about. Think about this. You've got the cranial bone fragments that Olson said, oh my God, that flake, those flakes are lead, comes from a bullet.
Yep.
That item FL. the bullet with Teresa's DNA on it. The one thing the state didn't do is go, shit, let me do an analysis of that lead bullet and confirm that it contains the same composition as the lead fragment in the cranial bone fragment, hence linking item FL to the cranial bone fragment. Agree?
Yep, I agree.
They never did it.
Nope.
I can see why not.
I have a feeling I know why. Because
Yeah,
when
they didn't want to know.
They didn't want to know, but you know when who was it? Was it Olsen or Harrington who examined the bullet under microscope? Was it Harrington? Yeah, Harrington.
I thought it was
Newhouse.
Newhouse. That's right. Newhouse was the ballistic guy.
I have a feeling they had to put the bullet under the microscope because they had to examine it to look for the striation marks. He took one look at the lead and said, fuck, there's something missing here.
Yeah, there's
There's
bone.
something missing here. No bone. No bone. Which they never said it, and I'm only speculating. I have a feeling they checked item FL and said, guys, there's a bust. There's no bone. This didn't strike bone. This didn't cause a beveling. And they left it out.
It's a created story.
Yep. So these guys are going. Culhane found Teresa's DNA on it. How? So notice you got a huge issue. The guy that did the trace analysis on the lead never examined the bullet to say,
no,
got him, boys. We got him. We can show this gun firing item FL. Item FL is directly connected to the cranial bone fragments. That gun was found in Stephen Avery's trailer. They're done. Party over.
They didn't do the elemental analysis.
They didn't do the elemental analysis of item FL. And now you know why. If you look at the next picture, Jack 61, this destroyed it. But the jury didn't know. Neither jury knew. So Kathleen Zellner, now remember, Kathleen Zellner, she's got no idea about item FL. Right? Wherever it was, it was. Palahniuk, who microtrace analysis, looked at the bullet under high-power microscopy and did elemental analysis on the bullet. You can't hide. Whatever it's got, it's got. So he found in item FL embedded shards of wood, which means that item FL struck a wooden object or surface at high velocity, because otherwise it's not going to embed in the shards. Item FL was washed by Culhane. The wood fragments still remained, which meant that the shards of wood were stuck in the lead. That's bad. It's not on the surface. It's actually in the lead. Guys, you understand?
Right. Bullets fired to get hot. They melt because lead is relatively soft.
Yep. And also you're thinking, wait a minute, how does DNA survive the combustion chamber of a bullet fired through a rifle? That's another issue altogether. So he also found red paint on the surface of the bullet, right? He found wax. The wax is likely ballistic wax because they use wax to embed the bullet to examine it. That's cool. No hassles at all. They also found cotton fibers. This is bad because Culhane never swabbed the bullet. She said, I never swabbed the bullet. I never did a presumptive test. Have a look. You can zoom in, Jack 61. There's cotton fibers on that bullet. Who's
all over it? Yeah, there's some up here.
Who's swabbing item FL? Where do those cotton fibers come from? Right? Okay. Now, here's the other big problem. Had no shards of bone, no embedded bone, which means item FL never struck any bone at all. This is a disaster. But Palahniuk went one step further. He looked at chemical trace analysis. He found no evidence of bone. None. You can't hide from the machine that he used. If bone was there, even in tiny, tiny amounts, you get the peaks. Calcium, phosphate, boom, you're gone. Done like a dinner. Found no evidence of bone. He also saw no blood on the bullet, nothing at all. Culhane noted no blood on the bullet. But now the problems come in. There is no original DNA extraction left for retesting. So no one can go back and retest the bullet. All the DNA is gone. You can't. So in other words, Culhane's result is a one-off. You never trust a one-off experiment. She can't reproduce it at all. She used all the DNA from the bullet and the key. Ridiculous. All gone. She contaminated the PCR negative control with her own DNA, which meant that the experiment, and Jack 61 eloquently discussed it, you throw it out and you start again. But Culhane can't start again because she used up all the DNA in the bullet. Rookie mistake. She inappropriately used the deviation request form, which can only be used for exclusionary purposes, not inclusionary purposes like she wanted to with item FL. This is the first time she did it in 23 years. Buting discovered that Culhane kept quiet and never wrote it in her report. Guys, that is shocking. In her official report, she never said, I came to the conclusion that Teresa's DNA was on this bullet because I had to get an exclusionary form. They would have looked at it and said, a deviation form. They would have looked at it and said, where's your supervisor's signature? Oh, I forgot.
Yeah, it was an oversight.
It was an oversight.
Bullshit.
Right? And Kratz, in his book, what did he call item FL? The
Game change.
game changer. So that picture that you'll see, yeah, it changed everything. So that picture that you see is from the top down. That's the head of the bullet that you see.
Somebody swabbed that bullet.
It looks like it doesn't.
Swab off.
Well, there's carbon fibers all over the damn thing. You can see them.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
Yeah.
There's
So-
one over here. There's some down here.
Yep. But
It was swabbed.
that's not the worst part. The worst part, have a look at the next slide. This was an error in fact, a massive error in fact. So, Jack 61, are you happy to read Buting? And Susan, are you happy to read Culhane? This on the left-hand side. So Buting asks, goes, what's going on with item FL? Look what Culhane said.
You're muted, Jack.
Jack, you muted.
Damn it. Sorry.
That's all right.
And to the eye, you didn't see any blood visible.
That's correct.
But you didn't do a presumptive test.
Right?
And in fact, did you do a swab at all?
No.
Really? This is one where you put it into the buffer and sort of dissolve the amount, right?
Yes, I washed it.
So you can't really say whether the DNA on that bullet came from blood or some other source, can you?
All that I can say is it was nucleated cells.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Uh-oh. So now she's got no idea where the DNA came from. And of course, all DNA is going to come from a cell with a nucleus. That's a high school answer. That's bullshit. She had no idea. Blood, skin, brain matter, bone. No, she had no idea. But here is the biggest faux pas in the trial. And I'll read it. It's Dr. Jensen, right? Have a look what he says. I'll quote. I don't specifically think that there's any one piece of information that would say that the person was alive with a beating heart or an intact brain. There's material I was given information that there was a spent bullet recovered at the scene that contained the blood specimens of the decedent. And that would be indicative to me that the bullet had passed through the brain at a time whether it was liquefied blood or that it wasn't going through specifically bone fragments. That statement there he just made is contradictory.
What? No
The guy's
shit.
he's a medical examiner. He just contradicted himself
Yeah, how
How
could that
could it
work? I'm not
not
even.
go through bone fragments, but go in
because
the brain?
your skull encloses your brain.
Yeah.
I think he was trying to say, well, maybe she had a hole in her head, and they shot a bullet directly into her brain. He's a medical
Jesus
examiner,
Christ. Oh
right?
my God.
Yeah, that's right. And I would think that there would be predominant, that would be information that I think will be helpful in making that type of opinion. So he now made an error of fact. And Culhane, you saw it, never noted any blood. This guy made an error of fact. This is a medical examiner saying, oh, yeah, the item of had blood on it. So it must have penetrated into her brain. This is shocking. This is a murder.
Why?
This
Why
is a
does
murder
it,
trial.
what does it have to do with the brain? Just because it had blood. Hey, he thinks it had blood.
Yes, except he can't. Well, obviously he didn't know anything about Jensen's work, but because the bullet had blood on it, he goes, okay, we've got cranial bone fragments. They've got beveling. Oh, hell. And the bullet's got blood and it was recovered. Wait, think about this. You need an exit wound for the bullet to come out. Correct? Because
That's
it's
right.
on
Well,
the
it didn't have to exit.
It's on the ground. So think about this. A .22 caliber
have to
bullet
exit, yeah.
enters in, transits Teresa's brain, exits, and then strikes wood and red paint and ends up in under a green compressor with no bone shards.
No bone shards and no blood on it.
No
Or
blood,
brain matter.
no brain.
Okay,
nothing
there's
on
an or there, which makes it more sense. Be indicative to me that the bullet had passed through the brain or that it wasn't going through specifically bone fragments.
Which means, how are you going to shoot a bullet into the brain without hitting any bone?
No,
Yeah,
it's
like
saying it either went through the brain or it went through the body somewhere where it didn't hit bone.
All
That's
right.
how I'm reading it.
Okay. But there's one problem. Your body's full of blood. Your body's
Yeah.
full of organs.
Yeah.
Was any biological material found on an item of fell?
no.
No. And to make matters worse, guys, have a look what Kratz wrote in his book. Susan, in the next slide. Susan, you want to read it? Look at
Yeah.
this is Kratz's book.
Teresa's blood DNA was then found on a bullet fragment discovered inside Avery's garage, fired from a gun found in Avery's own bedroom. The physical evidence proving Avery murdered Teresa Halbach is overwhelming, and a jury that heard every shred of this evidence agreed.
God.
What did Mr. Kratz get wrong? Teresa's blood DNA.
Yep.
Are you trying to tell me that the lead prosecutor in the case didn't realize that there was no blood noted on the bullet, even though Culhane, who's the lead technician, said in a court of law that she noted no blood? Why is Kratz writing that in the book?
He's revisionist history.
Yep. But to make matters worse.
He's such a liar.
But that's not the end of it, Susan. Look what Kratz wrote, and look what Kratz said in his closing argument. Now, this is in Stephen Avery's trial. He knew this was an act of desperation. They found no biological evidence of Teresa being shot except item FL. They're going, oh my God, how are we going to explain this? How are we going to sell it to the jury? Look what he said. Susan, you want to do the honors or you want me to read it?
I'll read it. Teresa Halbach is killed. She's laying down. She's shot twice, once in the left side of her head, once in the back of her head. Or I guess I should more accurately say she shot at least twice because 2 bullets were found. 2 entrance wounds were found to her head. We do have the 11 shell casings on the 6th that were recovered. How many times Mr. Avery actually shot this poor girl, you probably aren't going to be able to determine, but it's at least twice. And it's at least twice to the head.
Look
Exceptions are what they are.
Where's is Mr. President? Is he in the chat?
Yeah, you're gonna give Mr. President a stroke or something. You gotta.
Yeah, I think we just triggered Mr. President, right? So notice what he's done. Very, very clever. He doesn't mention item FL, but the way he's done it is incredible. 2 bullets, shot twice, at least twice in the skull. We have bone fragments, 2 of them, show beveling. So shot twice in the head. So he is leading the jury to believe that the 2 bullet fragments that they found in Stephen Avery's garage were the 2 bullet fragments that struck Teresa Orbach in the head, killing her. But the guy was clever. He never directly said it. So in his book, he goes, I never said it.
Yep.
I never said it.
Yep.
So he's got plausible deniability, but in the trial, he implied it. Would you guys agree? He implied it.
Absolutely.
Right? He implied it. So this is the
all the way from the beginning to the end of the trial.
Yep. That's all they had. Guys, they had item FL. They had nothing else. That's it. All right? So here's the problem. If we look at the next slide, we're nearly done, guys. I've summarized it for you. Here's the big problem. So Newhouse, he believes that he proved that item FL was fired by the Marlin Glenfield Model 60 rifle that was in Stephen Avery's bedroom. He looked at the landings and grooving patterns. They weren't all there, but to him, he believes that that rifle and that rifle alone had fired item FL. Okay. Newhouse had to have examined item FL under high-powered microscopy because he looked at the landings and groove patterns. He would have had a look at the lead and said, he didn't write it down in his notes, but he would have gone, shit, there's nothing here. Susan.
What do you mean there's nothing here?
Bone shards. Come on, this guy's he's got massive levels of experience. He's been doing it for many, many years. He's not dummy. He knows what happens when a bullet strikes skull, right?
He might have thought the wood was bone, or maybe.
You never know. So here's the problem. Even if the rifle had shot item FL, they can't put the rifle in Stephen's hands. The person who likely fired item FL is the actual owner of the gun, which is Roland Johnson, who admitted he fired 3,000 rounds, right, from that rifle. Okay, but item FL's got Teresa's DNA on it. What are you talking about, Susan?
I was just going to say maybe Jody. She used to shoot it, I think.
Yes, and also Bobby Dassey used to fire the .22 rifle as well. Now, here's the problem. You've got the cranial bone fragments, the parietal defect, the occipital defect, beveling. The state never connected item FL to the bone fragments. Guys, would you agree? That was even admitted on the stand.
Completely agree. It was just implied, inferred.
Inferred. You can't connect item FL to the cranial bone fragments, and luckily they didn't. Why? There are no bone shards. Item FL had never struck bone. And I have an awful feeling the state knew it. Because Kratz was strategically, the way he said his statement was very strategic. Why wouldn't Kratz say item FL and FK had killed Teresa Orbach? Why did he hold back?
Well, I mean, it's like you said earlier, Newhouse had that thing under a pretty high-powered microscope.
Yep.
Did they have a conversation? We'll never know.
Yep, but That's the obvious thing, right? That's the obvious thing. Newhouse said, mate, I can't find any evidence of it striking bone. So hence they had to backtrack and come up with the hypothesis that somehow Stephen was lying on the ground, on the concrete of his garage floor, took aim at Teresa Hallbach, who was dead, and somehow nicked Teresa Hallbach. No blood, no skin, no hair, no bone, no nothing. And it bypassed the toolbox and it landed underneath the green compressor and sat there for 123 days.
But while it was skidding across the floor of the garage, it picked up little tiny pieces of wood.
Correct.
And some red paint.
Correct.
And hopped over the toolbox.
Correct. And fibers.
Well, it's Alligator
fibers.
50, Alligator 57 said up here just a few comments. The magic trajectory.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Now, here's the problem. Both juries were not aware that the bullet had no bone shards. I have an awful feeling, I could be wrong, I reckon Kratz, Garn, and Fallon knew. Because the bullet was examined by Newhouse under microscopy. You trying to tell me he didn't look at all the entire bullet? He even looked at FK. And he goes, FK so badly mangled, I can't connect it to any gun. He looked.
Well, and Newhouse had been doing this for like 28 or 29 years. He had done hundreds of court cases.
But is he that kind of scientist that looks for bone shards and
you take pictures?
I mean, he's a gun guy, right?
You take pictures. You take pictures.
I can't say for sure that. I don't know for sure, but I think that
would Sherry have looked at it under a microscope?
No,
I don't think so.
She only does DNA.
He does visual examination and notes on the bullet.
Yeah, no magnification.
And then did her extraction, right?
Yeah.
She washed it straight. But Newhouse is the one that will look at a bullet under microscope. In fact, there are photographs that show the striation marks on the bullet.
Yeah.
It's under high-powered magnification, right?
Yeah.
He knew. In my opinion, he knew.
Yeah, I think that over the years, it's probably something that may not be a taught thing immediately, for a ballistics guy, but something that is added through years of experience.
That's a strength in your case to say, Mr. Kratz, Mr. Fallon, Mr. Garn, I noticed that there's
no bone here.
That's right. But wouldn't it strengthen your case to say, I noted there are bone shards?
Yes.
And come on, are you trying to tell me that a ballistic guy who's been working in the field for so many years goes like this? I'm not going to look at the lead of the bullet. Bullshit.
Yeah.
You strengthen your case.
Yes.
Right? That's it. That's them. Done. That's them done. There are any bone shards in item FL, you walk away. Case over. Finished. All right. We're nearly done, guys. So now you've got to answer. We've got to answer. We've got a counter argument. Where the hell did Teresa's DNA come from? Okay. I've read all the arguments. They're going, all right, Dr. Silkman. Yeah, okay, I understand. Where did her DNA come from? Let's have a look at the next slide. Now, I want to ask a question. Has anyone on this panel worked with DNA? Isolated DNA, cloned it, sequenced it? Has anyone ever done that?
Nope.
Yeah, I've done that for years. Yes. Very familiar.
It's
just a hobby of mine, Doc.
Damn, I knew your garage was there. Okay. Has anyone in chat and put up their comment if they've done molecular analysis on DNA and a PCR? Anyone in chat?
I'm not seeing any takers, Doc.
Any molecular biologists out there? Anybody? We're coming up blank. Anybody?
Big goose egg.
Crickets.
Okay. Let's have a look at the next slide. All right. So you've got to account. I'll just wait for Jack 61 to put up the next slide. Do you have the next slide, Jack?
Sorry.
No no hassles. You've got to account for where this DNA could come from. Okay. I can't, and nobody on the panel can say, look, item FL got contaminated. You've got to come up with a possibility of where this DNA could come from. And oh my God, it's so freaking obvious. It's not funny. Right? Now, maybe you don't believe me or you do, but my professional life and career has been in molecular biology. I've worked with many, many years in a professional lab on DNA, cloning it, sequencing it, teaching it, doing PCR. I've done a lot, and I know how easy it is to contaminate a sample. One of the biggest problem areas is doing PCR, polymerase chain reaction. Why? Because it's extremely sensitive. You only need minute trace amounts of DNA, you're in trouble. So where can this DNA come from? You're in the lab. Where the hell can this DNA come from? Look at what Culhane did at a workbench, at her bench in the lab. She had isolated Teresa's genomic DNA, high molecular weight, high concentration genomic DNA from pap smear slides, from epithelial cells. That's a high concentration of DNA. She also isolated high concentrations of DNA from blood, from Teresa's blood in the RAV4. She also isolated genomic DNA from saliva that was on the cherry Pepsi can in the RAV4. This next one is a beauty. She also isolated touch DNA from the inner door handle on the driver's side that was from Teresa Hallbach. At the same time, she isolated DNA from, guess where? Item FL.
Item FL.
She had Teresa's genomic DNA at her bench. So you have got multiple sources of Teresa's DNA. So was Teresa's DNA in the crime lab? You betcha. High concentrations of it too. So that's one source from the lab, the crime lab itself.
I have a question, Doc.
Yeah, go for it.
She had the pap smear slides, the blood from the RAV, the can, in November. And you're saying she did all these testing at the same time as FL in March?
No. The one that she did in March, the last one, at the same time she did item FL.
Oh, the door?
The door.
DNA?
The door.
The touch DNA?
The touch DNA. Yep, okay. Correct. And I've got the report. The experiments are there. I think it's item IG.
Wow.
Which is the inner door handle. So she was extracting genomic DNA at the same time she was doing item FL. That's not the point. The point is that she had the source of Teresa's DNA. Jerome Buting, as we'll show you in a second, discovered that Culhane kept the samples at a workbench. She didn't have them in the storage locker as you meant to. She had them at a bench. Are you getting vibes of Dunican, the lady that had all the cocaine at her workbench underneath her feet?
Duke. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's right. So Culhane had this. It was discovered by Buting. Instead of putting him in the storage, she had him in at a bench, easy access, and a chance of contamination. Second,
once you've done that test and you've got your DNA results, why keep them nearby?
You don't.
Yeah.
Why indeed? Why keep it in your cover there at your workstation? Why?
You do not. Correct. You don't. You put it in the storage locker, which is under guard and key. You never keep the solutions.
Do you think Sherry was hoping that something would contaminate?
I'm giving her the benefit.
Contaminated?
I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt, as in it was accidental. You think You think how important item FL is to two guys sitting in prison till today. It was the quintessential piece of evidence that convicted both of them. And if anybody tells you it's not, they're smoking pot.
Well,
Because
think about this.
yep,
Let's say she did swab it and she didn't find any DNA on it. So now she washes it. She makes an excuse.
yeah.
Yeah.
But the fundamental issue, which is very suspicious, is she used the entire sample. It's a one-off.
Right.
If I go to a scientific journal and say, I've got the cure to cancer, but it's a one-off, where's my paper going to end up?
In the
In
bin.
rubbish. The important thing about science is reproducibility. The ability to reproduce an experiment, whether you're in Adelaide or in Arkansas, makes no difference. You follow the recipe, follow the protocols, you get the same result. You cannot reproduce item FL or the key. Two very important pieces of evidence, right? So where's the other place that you can get contamination? Your solutions. Once you contaminate one solution, you are transferring that DNA to your subsequent samples. And that's why when you do a control, if you get contamination, you know what the first thing gets thrown out? Or your solution.
Everything goes. You got to
The
start over.
Kit's thrown out, everything is thrown out. Because now you can't trust any of the solutions. Remember, PCR is extremely sensitive. You only need a tiny, tiny amount and you contaminate your sample. But it's this one, the workbench, where Culhane likely contaminated the item FL. And that is any item, your pipettes, your centrifuges, the workspace, your benches, your desktop, the cupboards, the levers, anywhere.
The gloves.
Your gloves. Anybody that's worked with DNA knows that it's very likely and very easy to contaminate. And PCR is unforgiving. You put a couple of cells in there, a little bit of genomic DNA, boom, you amplify it. That's it. So your workbench is a disaster. Culhane said, I clean my bench with a bleach, this. However, Buting confirmed that they have contamination events that they don't even know where the DNA's come from. Correct, Jack 61? You've read them too. They've got no idea.
That's right.
No idea where the DNA's come from. It's come from another case or someone that's not even associated with the lab. They're going,
That's right.
how the hell did this happen? We clean everything.
I mean,
So
Buting found and wrote that brief or whatever, and it's just insane.
Yep. And here's the final step. Doing the pipetting. Culhane contaminated the PCR negative control. She said, it was far enough. Bullshit. When you do PCR, you don't do like that. You don't put the tubes half a kilometer away. That's the biggest joke out. You work in front of you. I've done hundreds of these things. You work comfortably right in front of you. Boom. You're all gloved up, suited, and she should wear face protection. They don't. They didn't. She admitted they don't do that. So hence, if you're not careful, you can contaminate your test sample very, very easily. Remember up above the picture of where the genomic DNA came from? The lab was full of it. And you see what Kratz tries to make a joke. There was nobody walking around with bullets planting Teresa's DNA on it and placing it in the garage. The very likely source of contamination is the workbench. And her contamination reports prove that it occurs all the time. And see the other one, the WTAF? That's the worst form of contamination. And by that I mean they get a result and they go, what the actual fuck?
Yeah. How'd that happen? Yeah.
What's this guy who's in case B doing in case A, and his DNA is locked up in they're the worst. and Culhane and others had plenty of them. Guys, we cannot explain how this individual's DNA got in either in the control or the test. Be horrified, guys. Be horrified. Right? So when you look at it logically, you can explain. You have an alternate explanation for item FL and the contamination, plus all the issues with item FL. Any other court of law would have destroyed Culhane and gone, no hassles. You try getting away with that now, you'll be destroyed. You can't submit a piece of evidence like item FL and go, don't worry about it. People are reasonable. They would understand bullshit. You got two guys sitting in prison for life on fake forensic evidence. It's crap. Now, you might argue, well, okay, how about if Culhane didn't contaminate the PCR negative control? Even worse. Why? Because she's used up all the DNA. You can't retest it. You can't do another test to confirm it. But what's even worse is that when Palahniuk looked at the bullet, where's the bone shards? Where's the blood? So the state can't explain item FL, but I can explain where the DNA came from. You get it?
Yeah.
And that's why the state has to procedurally bar item FL, and Kratz now goes, well, I never said it hit Teresa Horbach in the skull. And I reckon that the reason why they found no blood on the concrete is because they used a bulletproof tarp. Done. So now that's why I'm saying, you notice what we did in the podcast? We used every piece of evidence, their evidence.
Their evidence, that's right.
And we debunked it easily, quickly, no problems. So if we look at the next slide.
Before we go off of Culhane, I've bit my tongue. All I will simply say, I won't go into a tirade like I usually do.
What's stopping you, Jack?
This test was a fucking disaster.
Disaster.
It was a disaster from beginning to end. And she had to know it.
She knew.
I mean, you know, being unmasked during a live test with your live sample that you don't, well, she didn't really know how much she had to begin with and used it all. But to have two new lab techs in there training them.
That's story. That's
oh
cover
my
story.
God. Oh my God.
It's cover story. Yeah.
It's cover story.
I think so too.
So now, look what Kratz says. All right. So this is Buting's closing statement. Now he knows that there's some shenanigans going on, right? So Jack 61, would you like to? We can share it. We can read a paragraph each. Let's go for it. This is Buting in the Stephen Avery trial.
All right. And what we do know is that Teresa Halbach's DNA was right there at her bench, right underneath the same bench that she's working on in her storage area. We talked about the central storage area for evidence. She checked it out in November. She never put it back until mid-April, I think it was.
Susan?
And all that while, she's got Teresa Halbach's DNA from the RAV4 in the cargo area sitting right there on her bench. That's a bad practice right there. But when you get a contaminated control, you can't tell how and whether Teresa Halbach's DNA ended up there in the same extraction mechanism that she's doing or not. You just can't tell.
And their own logs, their own contamination logs that I introduced talked about how difficult it is. We went through it. I won't go through it again with you. But there are instances in here where it specifically says evidence from one case has been contaminated onto another.
Jesus
now,
Christ.
Buting was right on the money, but I don't know whether the jury understood it. Right? I don't know whether the jury understood it. So
I don't think they understood the sensitivity and the process fully. I don't think it was explained clearly enough.
No. So now Kratz has to counteract this Look what he says. Susan, you wanna read it? This is Kratz in his closing statement.
Remember Ms. Colhane telling you that the samples are locked away in a cabinet? She was talking about her bench and how it's cleaned off and those kind of things. And I don't know if Mr. Buting, I suspect he wants you to believe, if you remember collectively, if you remember about Ms. Colhane, if he's suggesting that the pap smear or the DNA from Teresa Halbach somehow got out of the sealed envelope that it was in, the standard, somehow maybe walked across her desk. Somehow it jumped into the vial or onto the bullet. Jesus Christ. And that's the kind of thing that Mr. Buting wants you to believe. That's disingenuous. Doesn't happen that way.
Oh my God. Come
And
on,
yet-
man.
And yet they've got tons of contaminated cases that no one can explain, which is exactly what Buting was talking about, because you can't explain it. That's why you've got controls. When you've got controls and it comes up contaminated, you toss it out. Colhane did the cardinal sin of using it all up.
And this is rebuttal. So come back. Yeah.
Nope. So the jury must be thinking, well, what the hell do I believe? Right? And so that's why item FL is such an outlier. Because remember the findings of concrete, of the jackhammering of all the concrete, the findings of the luminol treatment, the blue star treatment, the looking for high velocity blood spatter, zero.
Nothing.
And
Look at the links. Look at the links that they went to maintain. That's right.
Yep.
So guys, to get Item FL into trial and then to sell it.
And Garn, the way Garn present is shocking. So my final slide for today's presentation, guys, I do apologize for the length, but have a look at this. We know, we asked the question right at the start, was Teresa Halbach shot and killed in Stephen Avery's garage? Two men, Stephen Avery and a 16-year-old kid at the time, have been arrested for the murder of Teresa Halbach. There's a lot of problems, and we went through this with their own evidence, not speculation, with their own evidence. The information regarding the shooting scenario never came from the lips of Brendan. The kid was clueless. Because if you're admitting to all these horrendous crimes, you suddenly forget that the person you killed and cremated, you forgot of 10 shots, 2 going in the skull. You forgot that one? Yeah, right. He couldn't even work out where Teresa was shot and gave multiple different locations. To me, it indicates that the kid is guessing. That's all he did. Guess. He was not there. He did not experience it. He did nothing to Teresa Halbach. Zero. The information came from Wiegert himself, and all the shit directed to him and Fassbender is 100% fully deserved because he destroyed his own case. The investigators destroyed their own case. Kratz knows this. Further, what led to the discovery of Item FL? Not Brendan, but Wiegert. They went in the garage and they tore it to pieces. They looked at the concrete, they jackhammered it, they luminol treated, they looked for high velocity blood spatter, nothing. What's the outlier? A bullet sitting on concrete dust for 123 days. And Colhane gets a robust DNA sample, not even a partial profile. I think 2 alleles didn't come up, but a robust profile. Wow, give her a job. That's unbelievable that you got a bullet that's passed through a human and somehow ends up with DNA that's intact. Oh, yeah?
4 months later.
4 months later. And then the biggest farce of all. Could they link Item FL to the death of this beautiful woman, Teresa Halbach? And the answer is fucking no.
No.
No. No direct link. It never struck her head. It never caused any of her wounds to her skull. It didn't kill her. And I just provided a very simple explanation of where Culhane got the DNA from. Her own bloody lab. And this is shocking because Kathleen Zellner knows everything I just talked about and presented it. And they procedurally barred it because they're going, holy shit, this does not look good. So guys, in my opinion, was Teresa Halbach shot and killed in Stephen Avery's garage is a resounding no. She was never in there, and nor her RAV4. So it is shocking that we can come up to this conclusion so easily using their own forensic evidence. Guys, that's the end of my presentation. Thank
Great
you.
job, Doc. Another implied
Great job.
farcical story from the state, in my opinion. Implied, inferred, whatever, all the way through. Absolutely.
Just a complete shocker.
Yeah.
But it was definitely worth the time to delve into it. It took me weeks to put it together because I had to reread everything all over again. But when you go through it, they sold them nothing. It's like those poker players at the casino with a bad hand, but because they've got a brilliant poker face, they can sell it.
Bluff.
It's like selling Eskimo. It's a bluff, a complete bluff. And I have an awful feeling that if any of the jurors are listening to this podcast, and if maybe the Halbach family are listening to this, there's some serious bloody questions that need to be answered. And that kid and Stephen, argue what you want with Stephen. Maybe he killed Teresa Halbach in a totally different location. But for Brendan to have an involvement, the kid's got zero. Nothing. Nothing.
Never happened. Never happened.
Did not happen, either in the trailer or the garage. And there's no doubt that Teresa Halbach was killed, but by someone that wanted her dead, big time.
Definitely.
And Stephen was going to sit on a gold pile of money. He wasn't interested in killing anybody.
Well, this was a highly personal for Teresa because of the destruction.
This was complete destruction.
It was 1,000 times overkill. I mean, my God.
And overkill. A massive, massive overkill. All right. So, guys, do we have any? Sorry about that. It took so long. Do we have any questions?
Yeah, we've got a few. We don't have too many. I probably missed some, and I apologize for that. So if I can put them up, Susan, you can read them.
Sure, Jack.
This first one's from Corey Zipper.
Why doesn't Casey get federal support to trump Wisconsin's authority? Nothing will happen until federal. Power crime ring needs investigation. Casey, let him go.
Well, Zellner has said that she doesn't want to go federal until she absolutely has to, because then you get into some.
I think it's Susan.
Yeah, Susan's you're echoing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
You get into, you start limiting yourself and cutting off legal avenues. I know she said that in different wording, but she said that years ago, actually. So, one more question from Corey Zipper. Susan?
Christina Sunshine. Remember Gordy Schneider wanted to talk to Poggle, teach him a few things. He was a UNK dealer in Chilton, junk dealer maybe, in Chilton. Police have a lifelong problem with. I knew Gordy.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe that's something. I mean, I haven't seen I haven't seen Sunshine. Yeah, I haven't seen Sunshine in a couple of weeks. So maybe she's listening in or can answer that later.
Yep.
Okay. Next one's from Kansas Boxley.
Before ending today, please can we hear the panel's thoughts and Sapricop's also, hopefully, regarding what the court may have in store on Monday? I don't think anything's happening Monday. I looked on the Court of Appeals. They list what cases are the opinions will be released on particular days. And the opinion is not listed for Monday. It
Still
could
pending,
be next
right?
week sometime.
Still pending, right?
Still pending, yeah.
Yeah.
But you can look there on the Court of Appeals website and look at opinions, and it'll give you the date. Like this last one was from yesterday, March 10th, and it listed, I think, 3 or 4 different cases that would be posted on Monday. And Avery was not one of them. So, but they do put that up every few days. So actually that was a different district with those 4 cases. The district 2 that Stevens case is in hadn't put anything up since I think January 6th or something like that. So, you can keep looking at that page to check it to see when it will be released once they put it on there.
Yeah, I'm not sure what opinion. I mean, I think, just from my viewpoint, it's really difficult to ignore Sowinski and his girlfriend, those affidavits, no matter, what people want to say about his character. The various things said, but without a hearing, I don't know how they can get around that, because he did make a phone call. His girlfriend, fiance did back that up with an affidavit. So how can the state not be forced to answer that?
Yeah. They'll either agree with the state or send it back down to the circuit court for evidentiary hearing.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I think. Doc, any opinion there?
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts. The state are going to try and block as much as possible and delay it. They have a look at this case. They're going to open up a can of worms. They release the forensic evidence. They're going to open up a can of worms, and there's going to be questions that are going to be very uncomfortable. So if they want to get to the truth, like Kratz and Fallon said, to get to the truth, they need to re-examine all the forensic evidence, and Culhane has to release her lab books, everything. Hell, I'll even have a look at them for free. I don't care. You want to get to the truth? Release the RAV. Release the plates. Release the broken blinker light.
Back it all. Back it all.
Back it all. If Brendan's in there, you'll find his DNA, and he won't be able to answer it. We'll have no recourse. He said he recanted. He's never been in there. Stephen said he was never in there. You now can find his DNA in places that they can't explain. Boom, they're done. And we have to accept it.
Submit those 8 sets of fingerprints into APIS.
Yep, a redo A23.
Redo A23 and put it through CODIS.
Put it through CODIS. CX, put it through CODIS.
That's right. Quit messing around, and there's, honestly, I feel strongly about this. This is me, just my speculation. This is not fact. No one please take this and run with it. This is just my thoughts, and this is a feeling that, that I had for a long time. But then Sunshine Christina gets to disturb their unfiled search warrant.
Oh,
and we found evidence in that we never heard of before. What else has been withheld?
Correct. And it's the little snippets of information that are like a jigsaw puzzle piece that you look at it and you go, oh my God, you talk for so many years about this stuff and you got nothing. And then all of a sudden a document comes or a diagram comes and you go, oh my God, it starts to link it all together. And you're correct. What else don't we have?
That's right. Well, I mean,
you're hiding everything. Crazy.
We can simply look at October last year. The DCI releases this 2,200 plus page report, and it's got all kinds of shit in it we've never seen before.
Correct.
Drawings, all that stuff
Including
from
Brendan's
Brendan.
drawing. Including
Yeah,
Brendan's drawing, which was a game changer. A freaking game changer.
You know, and Sturdivant does all this shit on November 8th, but he couldn't call a photographer over there to take a photo. Instead, he makes a drawing. Are you kidding me? Come on, man. Anyway, one more piece of that pie. Crouch does his exhibit list in January 2007 with the zipper voicemail included, but he has no idea where it's at. No copies can be found, and the master's gone.
Yep.
I'm telling everybody, when those recordings are sent to the DCR wherever, they make a master copy and they distribute however many copies are requested at the time. That master copy goes back in the drawer, so they don't have to convert it again.
Yep.
Anyone that says different is just, they're lying to you.
And why is that called important? It's got a timestamp on it.
And it's the last known message of Teresa.
Yep. It's got a timestamp.
That's right. But, you know, for him to have included that in his exhibit list, my personal belief is he had that voicemail, but it's gone. He says he don't have it, but you know, whatever. Anyway, don't want to get too far off. All right, let's move on. Next question is from Corey. This is a different.
Can I just say one more thing about
Sure.
the opinion coming?
Yeah.
I think the most important thing is with the Sawinski evidence question. The one thing, I mean, if there's any kind of honesty in these judges, you know, they should allow that to go back. But you know how the courts are all, you know, on so many things that was procedurally barred and all that.
Yeah.
But with the fact that Sawinski saw two people pushing the RAV in possession of the RAV, that opens up the RAV to be retested.
Yes.
They can't say that's procedurally barred because these people, Sawinski saw these two in.
Well, you're right, Susan, because that means that two individuals were in the RAV.
Right.
Let me repeat that again. In the RAV. They're shedding
in
skin.
and on the RAV.
And on the RAV. They're shedding skin cells. They're leaving touch DNA.
Well,
MVAC.
Yeah.
And one more fact about this. The call that he made was withheld for 10, 12, 17, 16 and a half years. Withheld. We didn't hear it until early 2022. No one did.
Yep.
Yeah, let's put what's his name on the stand that took that call. What's his name?
Seglov.
Senglov, yeah.
But you see, at the end of the day, forget about what people say. You need physical evidence, right?
Yes.
This whole thing about, I've read all of these postings. Oh, you know, Sawinski, you can't trust him. Forget it. You guys are barking up the wrong tree.
Right.
The way to prove Sawinski's veracity is test that RAV. Oh, I was almost going to swear there. Just test the RAV.
To me, the biggest thing is A23.
Oh God, yeah. Oh yeah.
Because they eliminated the Averys and Dasseys, right?
Correct. Even if it's a partial profile, you got to understand how these genomic profiles work. It's like a fingerprint. You may only have a partial of a fingerprint, but if it's completely different to your own, you're excluded, right? And you got a partial profile.
But if it was full blood, I would think why can't they get a full DNA profile from?
How do you know that Culhane didn't?
Right?
How do you know that Culhane didn't have the full profile and thought, shit, this doesn't match Stephen, Brendan, Teresa, or anybody else. We got a third genomic profile from a bleeder on the RAV.
On the RAV.
On the murder victim's door handle that you have to open and close to put Teresa in the back of her RAV.
Yeah.
And the state just bypassed A23 as though it was eating jelly beans. In any other murder trial, they would have said, stop right there. Go re-extract that fucker and work out who it is, who it's from. No, the state goes, partial profile, not interested. Have anybody ever seen a murder trial like this one?
And A13A, it needs to be tested
Correct.
as well.
Now, think about it. What's going to strengthen your case? If A23 is Stephen Avery and you get a full genomic profile, you've now proven that his blood is on the door, the very door that the Teresa Orbach in.
That's right.
We're not here. Foul play's not here. You got end the party.
That's right.
Why would you leave that thread hanging? And the answer is they probably got an answer they didn't like.
Didn't work it out. Didn't work it out. Yep.
Oh, not a full profile. Couldn't.
How does Cohane get a full profile on a bullet that allegedly has hit a human being, being chambered in a rifle, high temperatures, and can't get a DNA profile on blood on a car?
Yeah.
What the actual? I can't believe it. It's crazy.
It is.
Or off a hood left that's been sitting there for
on metal. On metal. Gets a full profile, robust profile. No problems.
Yeah.
All right.
So
next question.
There is a bit of hope, you know.
Well, there is. I mean, I'm
That's all there is.
I am hopeful, but at the same time, I've seen how they have all linked arms and try to find a way to justify everything.
Yeah. Yep.
No matter what, for finality.
Yep. But even if I could just interject a little bit, even Kumpfer and Cole know about Brendan. They even said it in the report. There's no forensic evidence. There's no forensic evidence on Bobby Dassey. There's no forensic evidence on Brendan. But one of the brothers is sitting in prison for life because of words. And just to emphasize, go check out the West Memphis 3 with Jesse Miss Kelly. The guy's another Brendan Dassey.
Yep.
Right? They coerced him, gave a false confession. 3 of the boys got arrested, and one of them was going to the death chamber on nothing, on 0 forensic evidence.
Yep.
And now they're MVACing the shoelaces. I know exactly whose DNA they're going to find. And it won't be any of the 3 boys.
No.
Yep. Same. Go check out the West Memphis 3. Same deal.
Yeah. That could get very ugly.
Yep.
All right. I've got a couple more questions. One's from Corey. Not Corey Zepper, a different Corey.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yep. The Wisconsin State Crime Lab. They had... This was a big problem, and it was a problem for the Attorney General at the time.
Yep.
They've got so many sex rape kits that they haven't tested. It's a joke. They're that far behind.
That's after they got that big grant too, because Sunshine Christina did a presentation about that.
Yep. A disaster.
It happens all over this country.
Unfortunately,
it's
disgusting.
It's almost farcical.
Yep.
All right. Another question from Kansas.
Is it safe to assume that Teresa Halbach was the sole source of the skull and glued tooth root fragments, given the absence of any whole teeth, DNA analysis of fragments, the item BZ mystery, etc.?
That's a loaded question.
Well, at the end of the day, the genomic DNA and mitochondrial DNA evidence comes from the desiccated muscle tissue, which allegedly came from item BZ. Don't start me on item BZ because you're going to trigger me, Jack 61, Susan, and Duke. It is a true mystery. But I personally believe that Teresa Halbach is dead, deceased. I have no doubt about that. Based on the genomic DNA evidence and also the mitochondrial DNA evidence being tested because mitochondria is maternally derived. Teresa Hobart could not be excluded from her mum's mitochondrial DNA, and there was a 7 out of 15 match with the desiccated muscle tissue. I believe it's Teresa.
And she got that chromosomal thing
Yeah,
that Karen
heteroplasmy.
had.
Yep, heteroplasmy. And Teresa had one of those.
Yeah.
She had 2 pools of mitochondria, and Teresa had one of them. That's why they asked whether she had another relative that was dead.
Yeah, and the fact that we can find nothing to support the fact that Teresa wanted to live her life and disappear. Nothing.
No.
That doesn't mean that, there are things, I'm sure there are things we don't know, but even in her journal, there's nothing to suggest anything like that. So
No.
I believe she's gone too, unfortunately.
Yeah, but
Right.
if I could just say, the scary thing is, don't ever forget the ultra violence perpetrated on Teresa Hobart.
Yes.
Is off the charts. Off the charts.
It's overkill. It's extreme overkill.
Is extreme.
And the killer still walks. Yeah.
Yep. They wanted to erase her. And that's unbelievable.
Yeah. All right. One last question from three Ray Force.
Who allows the evidence from the deviation be used to inculpate Stephen rather than exculpate?
You can't.
Willis. Well, but Willis did it.
Yep. Willis allowed IDMFL in. You can't use that deviation form. Use the deviation form if you've got a negative control that's contaminated, but you can exclude. Right? You can exclude. No. You can't freaking include because you're breaking multiple steps. The mere factor that you've contaminated the PCR negative control is bad enough. But then to try and include that DNA comes from Teresa, you can't draw that conclusion. No. And you think about it. Colhane went to De Groot to get the signature. She went to a fellow lab tech. She didn't ask Marie Beth Veriali, who's a direct supervisor who represents the Attorney General. So her own supervisor didn't sign the deviation request form. Oversight or no oversight, you don't do shit like that. No. This is the most amateurish case I've ever seen, with a phenomenal amount of mistakes. But
I said it 100 times. I'll bet you her supervisor told her to cram it where the sun don't shine. I'm not signing it.
Yep, no chance in hell. No chance in hell. No supervisor's going to sign that. And then you think about Michael Glazer, who signed the death certificate. How the freaking hell did he sign a death certificate? What? That didn't even have the DNA results back yet. What the hell? So something is going on. And then when you think 60% of Teresa is missing, or did they find that 60% and said, shit, this is Teresa?
Could there be another reason TH was killed? What another one besides what? Stephen making a pass at her and
or something, in real life.
I'm a passion.
Well, sure. With her boudoir photography, who knows? Who knows? We don't know much about Teresa. So
if you look at the history of Wisconsin, there's been a lot of murdered women, young women, over a long period of time. Gone, disappeared. What the hell? Bones showing up in gravel pits. Something weird going on.
Unidentified as well. Unidentified bones.
Yep. And then, again, I hate to bring it up, but look what Sean Rudy did. Sean Rudy did to his wife, pregnant wife. Right. It's almost a mirror of what happened to Teresa.
Yep.
Shot, dismembered, burnt, torso missing. They found it in the Chippewa River.
Yep.
Scary as.
That's right.
We've got to talk about something nice. Jack 61. Let's do more.
Well, we've been gone for a while, and there's a lot of questions. I'm sure people have thought about over our break, and yeah.
Fantastic.
So
all right, guys.
That was the last one that I saw. I apologize if I missed anyone's questions. I'm trying to keep up on both screens, but sometimes I miss some. So
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, look, again, we went for 4 hours. And again, thank you so much for your support. It's really fantastic. And don't worry, we've got plenty more stuff on Brendan. We're going to go through what he wrote in his self-interview form. And this is fantastic because we've now done this podcast about IMFL. We're going to relate it back to what he drew and wrote in his self-interview form. So hopefully we'll get that done next week. But yeah, we'll continue. Again, thank you so much, guys. Let's just quickly go down the panel because we've been here for a long time. Jack 61, yourself.
yeah, as I mentioned earlier, just briefly, everybody at Foul Play knows, but I came down with COVID, and
yeah.
I was sick as hell. That was right after Christmas, and there was something else going on at the same time. It was just a disaster, man. I had to take a break. I know Doc had to take a break, so. But I'm 98%. It's virtually gone now. It's all
Awesome.
past. So thank God for that.
Yep.
And I really felt like hell for 2 or 3 days. I felt really awful. But it doesn't affect everybody the same way. But for me this time, it hammered me. Anyway, for tomorrow we're going to be back with the open mic. We're going to continue on with the DCI reports where we left off. That'll be at 5:30 Central, 30 minutes earlier than today. 6:30 Eastern time. So hopefully, those interested that want to go through these, some of these are mundane, some of them are interesting. So we're going to march on and ask our questions where need be and get through it. With that said, I linked again a few minutes ago the direct link to the new DCI 2024 DCI PDF files. If you missed the link, I will put it in the description later. But you can also just go to the Foul Play Library, to the Stephen Avery section, and then click on the miscellaneous files. It's got its own folder in there. So, again, thank everybody for coming. We had a pretty good crowd tonight.
Awesome.
Keep asking your we had a pretty good crowd. So keep asking your questions. Don't stop talking about the case. And with that said, I'll turn it over to Susan.
Susan, awesome.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate for Mr. President that Neverly is safe. She's like an hour and a half south of where the fires are raging. So she's fine. She's a little under the weather. That's why she's not here. But she's safe in the fires. And I'll once again send out prayers to the LA area, all the fires.
It's just a disaster there. Oh my God, it's awful.
It's horrific. And I don't have much, we had a nice 5 inches of snow yesterday, but it's almost gone today.
Oh yeah, so. we got hammered with snow too. I think we got about 4 or 5 inches, something like that. I don't know. It snowed like hell, is all I know.
Oh, it's so beautiful, thick on the tree branches. It was just gorgeous. But it warmed up and it's just about gone. So
yeah. We cooled
off.
That's
the kind of snow I like.
It cooled off and it's waiting on more, I'm sure. So
yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Susan. Yeah, I mean, I've recovered from a bout of nasty bronchitis. I couldn't talk, couldn't breathe, and it took weeks to get slightly better. But I was able to do some of this podcast in the background and keep on going. And don't worry, we're not going to forget Brendan. But again, guys, just to cut a long story short, I hope that you enjoyed the podcast and you enjoyed
Great job, Doc. Great
deep
job.
dives. Please, if you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing. Hit the like button and share our podcasts and come along to our YouTube channel, Discord, and also our website and research away. Thank you, guys. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Yeah, Jack, can I just say, under your card says invite jurors. If there are any jurors out there that would like to come and talk with us, you are certainly welcome.
Absolutely.
We would love to talk to you.
Yep. That's right. Okay. With that said, I'm going to tell everybody thanks again. And this has been a Foul Play production.
See everyone.